If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1, Introduction. This story is influenced by one of my other stories, Zeus in DC. So there are things I will take from there and add them here. I stopped the Zeus FF, because I realized that like 50% of the Greek pantheon are Zeus children. The fuck, man? Seriously. So I came up with this story where the MC becomes Hades, the only god that does not ape every hole he sees. Tell me the worlds you want the MC to go to. POV narrator. Welcome to my humble abode, dear man or woman of culture. I am your narrator and will be telling you about a story that did not take place and will likely never take place, as someone invented it and he is probably crazy. Now the story will sometimes be from my POV and sometimes from the MC's POV. So don't get confused about that. Should it not be clear whose POV it is, tell the author he's the guy that created this shit. Well then, without further ado, let's get to it. PS, in case of possible side effects while reading the trashy story, please consult your doctor or pharmacist. MC POV. I open my eyes and I see a beautiful woman smiling at me. She speaks some words and kisses me on my forehead. After that, I'm placed inside some sort of crib and the woman starts to cry. Why on earth is she crying? Who is she? She is still smiling at me. After a few moments, there comes a big buff man into the cave and they exchange a few words before the woman looks back at me and says something I don't understand and something I do understand. C/and/C/and/C. Hades. It was at that moment that my head starts to hurt and I fall into some sort of coma or sleep. I see a young man. I see his life passing before my eyes. I can see everything that happens until the moment he is murdered for standing up for innocent life. I see him dying and I somehow can feel his pain. Why do I feel sad? I get zoomed into some form of a white room where I cannot see but hear. And then it hits me, that was my life. That was me. All my memories returned to me and I understood what had happened. I was Isekai. Hee all right. I got myself 3 wishes granted and could decide where to go. I decided to be reincarnated as Hades in the DC universe. But unlike some other Isekai idiots, I did not think with my hormones but with my brain. I'm a strong believer in monogamy and I hated the Greek pantheon for their raping and Zeus especially. Although I do understand that as a Greek god, my beliefs might change over the many years of being alive. I would however never have a harem. So 2 would probably be my absolute max, probably. That was about to change. I was going to become the greatest Hades ever and do the position justice. Now I knew that DC especially was a very dangerous place to go to and that even with Hades' powers there were just things I would have no way of dealing with. So what did I wish for? Let's get to it then. I wanted to become OP but not without working for it. I wanted limitless potential to create my path and not be bound to the underworld and to be condemned to be less than Zeus. As much as I think that's cool, but it was not going to be enough for me. So here it goes. 1. I wished for an additional divinity, boundary. 2. Absolute immunity towards any effects, conditions, and manipulations that could harm me in any way. I would presume them harmful until I decide that they are not harmful or I want them to happen. This should be protected from trickery or manipulation of mind, soul, and body so no one can make me want to be harmed or change me as a concept. So after existing this takes place and will only stop when I want it to. This also includes the dependence on others or other things to power my strength and power. 3. To be a singularity across all the worlds I wish to travel. These wishes might seem OP and they are. Hear me out here. If you get a chance to get Isekai, you would also make sure you have what you can, as it will be the only time. I did not want to become omnipotent in 2 years, but I did not want any limits to my growth. Now the first wish might seem overkill and maybe it is, but I will have to work very hard to get proficient with that divinity. The second wish was a necessity for my third wish. I didn't know what would happen to me should some higher dimensional beings realize that I'm not the original Hades and should not exist. I didn't want to just get erased from existence before I had the chance to enjoy my new life. Therefore I added the second wish as a safety measure. I always thought it was unrealistic that Isekai protagonists just so happened to go unnoticed. Something had to change, otherwise they could not get into the new universe, right? And as a relatively smart individual, I chose that. But not only because of that, also because of my third wish. The third and final wish might seem confusing. And it is, but let me explain to you what it means. I wanted to be the only Hades like me. I didn't want the multiverse to adapt and make all the other Hades like me. I also had a very specific idea that was cool. I wanted to travel to different worlds and universes. I didn't want to be limited to this DC universe. I also wanted to travel to Marvel or the Percy Jackson universe. And there were also some anime worlds that interested me. Now what my third wish did was basically make me a special existence that existed in all the worlds I wanted. Meaning that when I want to go to Marvel, I will have a door in the underworld that takes me there, and there I will also be this world's Hades. Confusing, yes, but oh so promising. So yeah, that's what happened, and also my reasons for choosing what I did. Now for all who want to see me struggle, you will. There is no way I will get strong just by training a little bit. Although I will get extremely strong quite fast with enough training. I will try to use my knowledge of modern physics and science as well as fiction like comics and manga to find new uses for my powers. After I had realized everything, I didn't wake up in the same crib I fell unconscious. I looked around and saw and felt strange slimy wall that seemed to constrict my movements. What was this? And then I understood what this was. I was inside the esophagus of my dear father, Cronus. Oh yeah, my begetter in this universe. Yeah, I'll have to take care of him at some point, but what to do with him? Normally he can't be killed, but who are we kidding? I will learn how to kill him as soon as I get proficient enough with my boundary divinity. Cronus could still help with defending the earth. But he will have to be punished, and why would we need him when I can do it far better? On the other hand, it's always good to have a slave that won't die of exhaustion. This is not the author's beliefs. Let's not think about this now. I will have to get stronger first anyway. So let's make some plans. First I will have to get bigger. I can't go all crazy with training when I'm this small. Although I have a healing factor, I don't want to do it just yet. I think I'll just try to connect with my boundary divinity and understand it better. This will be my strongest power, by a long shot. It would also allow me to get out of here, should I want to do that. But for now I want to use this disgusting place to train myself. Okay, now that that's out of the way, let's move on to step 2. Depending on how long it takes to get somewhat proficient in my divinity, I can start experimenting with my other powers and try to enjoy my time here. If I get used to this place, I can strengthen my mental fortitude and slowly get an indomitable will. I will take in everything I can and wait for my siblings. They will come in the next years. I don't know how many years it will take, but I'll be here when they come. I will have to see whether I can truly use my second wish as I thought. Because while my siblings will be harmed by the acidic bowel fluids, I on the other hand will not, because of my 2rd wish. This gives me absolute independence and free will. Now for the next step. 3. This is the training step. This step is dedicated to physical training. Also included here are weapon mastery and some hand-to-hand combat. Maybe I can create some weapons with my divinities of wealth or some bone weapons. I read some fanfictions where Hades has the power to raise the dead as Saladins. For now then, this step is me training my boundary divinity and going ham on the planing. I will try to create a mental layout of the underworld and think of all the things that I want to have built in it. I used to love Minecraft and will therefore try to build a lot of the structures by hand. I have the time after all. And that's how my journey as Hades began. Chapter 2, Time Skip. Some time has passed. I don't know how long it's been since I finally descended from the esophagus and fell into the stomach, but it has to have been a while. There is no day and night cycle down here. The only way to tell that time passes is the periodic new food and wines that flow and fall into the stomach. I have been swimming in acidic fluids for a long time. I jumped from one meat piece to another. It was stressful because everything got digested. After a while, I noticed that my second wish was a genius move as I did not feel pain in the acid. I did not need food or drink as that would be harmful to me and therefore I didn't need it. I knew that the only way I could somewhat relax down here was if I managed to create a platform that didn't get digested the same day. And the only thing I could think of was the walls of the stomach. If I managed to cut a big enough piece, I would be able to hang said piece from the wall and stay stationary as well as afloat. And because of the healing factor the Titan has, it will regrow again, giving me a limitless supply. It was hard work to even do little damage to the walls. It was saturated by Cronus divinity and power. Meaning I could only cut it by using a higher concentrated amount of my own divinity. But to do that I first had to gain some access to my divinity. And it was almost impossible to do that because of the debuffing effect this stomach had. And yet I knew that I will succeed. I was going to become the master of boundaries. I was in fact the god of boundaries and therefore only I could decide what I can and can't do. Interestingly enough, my boundary divinity was the only one I could somewhat feel. I could also feel others but they were like fireflies compared to a bigger candle light. Focusing my will on the task at hand, I willed the wall to be cut. I wanted the flesh to be cut from the rest and give me a platform. Very slowly I managed to make some progress. It had to have taken me weeks to finally get a big chunk of the wall to create a raft/platform. And I was beyond tired when it was finally complete. I could feel the connection I had with my boundary divinity. It had gotten stronger over the weeks it took me to complete this. And I knew that it would only grow stronger over time. So having finished the beginning of my raft, I took some time to relax. The smell was horrendous but thanks to my second wish, once again, I could simply blend it out. Sleeping was still impossible. The pressure that I felt in the stomach was hard to deal with. It was like constantly staying at 50% of your health even though you were technically perfectly healthy. I didn't use my immunity to solve this problem. I wanted to strengthen my willpower. I wanted to become stronger. This environment was going to be my whetstone and I the sword. I used meditation to get over the first few months. Having never used meditation, it was very new for me. I had to get used to simply focusing on one thing and not letting other thoughts distract me. Slowly over many months and after a lot of setbacks I managed to enter a form of trance. I wanted to further my understanding of my divinities. All of them but most importantly my boundary divinity. I knew boundaries existed everywhere. They were all around us. They made reality what it was. Without boundaries, nothing would exist, not even chaos would exist as there can be no chaos if there is no order. The one defines the other and without one there is no definition for the other. And boundaries allowed all things to be or not to be. And I had the power to manipulate those, create them, remove them. I had the power to rise above everyone and everything and it was exhilarating to think about it. It took a long time until I made some progress and had my first epiphany. It marked the beginning of my path to power and adventure. I knew that given enough time, there was nothing that could stop me. The power of boundaries together with my second wish was a match made in heaven. Normally, I think that most main characters in fanfictions are stupid for making bad wishes. They don't know what will or could happen when they enter a new world. So something I always thought I would wish for was two things. 1. Absolute freedom. 2. Limitless potential. Absolute freedom was necessary in my opinion to not be bound by fate, destiny, stronger beings, and so many more. Limitless potential was something that had to be wished for because what were you going to do if you reincarnated into an animal, a paraplegic, or someone weak, stupid or another problem? The answer is nothing. These two things were essential to live freely in a new world. Now why did I not choose those two? Easy, because both of those things are included in boundary manipulation or the divinity of boundaries. Limits are boundaries that stop you from advancing. Something that holds you back. Let's take Saitama from One Punch Man. It was said that he had removed his limiter, giving him limitless potential for physical growth. That limiter was a boundary and I could remove it just like Saitama did. I was free to do what I wanted because there was no boundary that could stop me. I was free and I felt amazing knowing that. Training in my divinity was hard, very hard. The reason I found was because of what my divinity entailed. There was an inherent understanding of boundaries due to me being the god of boundaries, but to advance in it was like swimming through glue. Very slow. I started small. The boundaries of space. I tried to create a barrier around myself that shielded me from the acidic fluids. I visualized it and had it manifest. After that, I turned my immunity off and jumped into the acid. I tried to remove the barrier of space between 2 points, effectively deleting space. I took inspiration from Gojo Satoru and his cursed technique, blue. It became apparent that I would be able to recreate all of Gojo's techniques with enough practice and understanding. Limitless was an interesting concept. According to Jujutsu Kaisen, the limitless technique operates the same way convergent and divergent sequences do in mathematics. The infinity is the convergence of an immeasurable series. Anything that approaches the infinity slows down and never reaches the user. I knew that it is possible to do the same with boundaries. I would just remove the boundary of space around me. Meaning that the fixed distance between myself and an attack or simply physical objects was removed. That was the theory of it, at least, and practically should be possible. Funny enough, I wouldn't even need to do any calculations, as once I manipulate a boundary it stayed like that until I undid the manipulation. Over the course of all the years I was alone, I also started training physically. I knew that it was not necessary. After all, I could simply remove my limiters and become strong like that. I will do that in the future, but for now, I wanted to use physical training as a break from my other training. Looking at my physique, I was still unsure whether many years had passed or Greek gods just grew faster. I did see improvements though. I became stronger and stronger. Up to the point that normal calisthenics did nothing to me anymore. I had to find a way to combine physical training with my boundary manipulation. And the only other idea I had was gravity. If I managed to influence or increase gravity on myself, I would be able to continue to grow stronger. So I did just that. I tried to feel the boundary that limited gravity which acted on me. This was harder than I thought. I tried to go over mathematics to visualize gravity. First I used Newton's axioms and later Einstein's theories. An amazing thing happened while I was going over math I thought I would never use or need again. I realized that I was not able to remember everything I once learned about math. I was hitting my limit, so to speak. And then it hit me. This also was a boundary that I could manipulate. I could start to become smarter and my mental capabilities would improve, as soon as I removed my mental boundaries/limits. A marvelous feeling that was. And using this method, very carefully I might add, I was able to understand more and more about physics and maths until it was just enough to get a better feel for gravity. An undetermined amount of time later, something finally changed in my repetitive life. Something new fell down the esophagus. And after it fell in the acidic fluids, I heard a loud scream. Ah, it seems my first sibling has arrived. Chapter 3, Boundary Perception. My first sibling had finally arrived and I was happy? I don't know exactly. I think more time passed than I initially thought because I seem to have lost a lot of my social skills. Like almost all of them, to be exact. Hestia was the name of my new sibling and the first of the 3 future sisters I will have. She was a cute one. Not in a sexual way, although I cannot say anything about that, she's quite the looker. But I mean she was cute in the way her character was. I believe her divinities of the hearth, family, and home. It made her cozy in a sense and I felt a need to love and care for her. When I realized some form of bond existed between us that was seemingly the cause of those feelings, I immediately got rid of it with the use of my boundary divinity. I mean like, boundaries woman, Seriously. Give me some space, was she for real? There is no way I would ever allow someone to manipulate me through such a bond that almost forces me to love and care for her. That was not for me. I wanted to be free for heaven's sake. And my power over boundaries was the perfect way to deal with that bond. I know, you are going to say that Hestia is such a lovely goddess and she never does anything like manipulate others through her bonds and blah blah blah. I got news for you. She can be the most perfect little piece of ass and I still wouldn't allow myself to have such a weakness like that bond. Do you realize the potential power she has over someone with a bond like that? She could literally command my emotions and have me as a slave to her. That wouldn't do for me, and even if she's known as the nicest of the Olympians, I won't risk it. I have never seen a young girl cry so much. She was crying a river, literally. It was like a river formed on the raft that flowed into the gastric fluids. I tried to console her that such a bond was not something I wanted because of control and yada yada, but it didn't help in the slightest. That girl cried and cried and cried, for hours and then for days. I almost killed myself. It got to the point where I was willing to allow the bond to form again, just so she would shut the F***ck up. My ears were bleeding and I was close to either killing myself or creating a sound boundary so I wouldn't hear her anymore. I fled into meditation. I got good enough to not hear my sister crying. I felt like a prick, to be honest. But I lived my own life and something like family bonds were not that important to me as a Greek god anyway. Most of the time I would be in the underworld, something that Zeus forced me into, and the other time I would travel to other worlds. Wait a minute, other worlds. That's it. That's the best way to leave this situation. Like the man I was, running from my problems seemed like the best choice right now. So I focused on boundaries. There was a skill that I wanted to learn anyway. The skill of boundary perception. Boundary perception is an aspect of my power that should allow me to be able to see any/all boundaries, including the metaphysical boundaries and dimensional boundaries between worlds. With sufficient experimentation, willpower, magic, or other means, I can slowly learn to bypass these boundaries in small ways, such as picking a flower in a dream and finding it in their hand upon awakening. Or, eventually travel to those worlds. Correct, I was not just going to run away from my problems, I was going to leave the entire dimension/world and go to another. I mean, if that is not using your powers efficiently, I don't know what is. Weeks passed until I made progress. I was not just trying to improve my usage of boundary perception, I was also searching for the correct world after getting proficient enough. It took me another week to finally get to the point where I could see into other worlds. Now it was only a matter of finding the right one. It took me 2 weeks to learn such an ability like boundary perception and get good enough with using it, so I could find different worlds? What broken talent is that, you might ask yourself? I know, but if talent could be measured, with words such as huge, small, non-existent, or immeasurable, it can also be increased by manipulating the boundaries of my talent. And that's exactly what I did. I pushed the boundaries of my talent to new heights after experimenting with the talent of my sister. Now, before you explode and call me a monster or such mean words, I must tell you that I used this time to console her. Basically, I lied about what I was doing and consoled her, while practicing to push the boundaries of her talents. Come on. It's not that bad, right? I mean, I even gave her an increase in talent for her power over family. That's enough compensation, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Now back to where I was talking about escaping my responsibility of a big brother and just left. What did I tell her why I was leaving? Nothing. It's an important part of growing up to know what having a family member run off feels like. Now you might call me a bad brother, and I would disagree. It's the hard parts in life that make you appreciate the good ones even more. Believe me, when I return, she'll be so happy to see me. She will be like, "Oh Hades, how happy am I to see you." Yippee! Now I concentrated on the world I wanted to travel to. I wanted to start small. Preferably a world with magic but not too strong magic, as I wanted to learn. And because I am new to this whole magic business, I wished for a weak world. There were a few that I could go to. Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, maybe Middle-earth? I wasn't sure though, because I was not familiar with Tolkien's work. After some consideration and thoughts, I finally settled on Harry Potter. It was a good start for me. I would be able to learn magic by attending a magic school and enjoying my time there. It was a cool change of pace for me and would help me quench my thirst for adventure and sightseeing. I could also fight some Death Eaters or some Dark Lords. Voldemort, or if I wanted, also Grindelwald. I mean, there were others as well, and should I want I could fight both of them. After all, time was also defined by boundaries, and with enough practice and after getting a feeling for time, I could manipulate its boundary and travel forward or back in time. And the best way to go about it would be the time turners. I liked that idea the longer I thought about it. Alright. I steeled my will and started the process that would allow me to travel to the universe/world of Harry Potter without creating a portal or crushing space between the 2 points I would connect. What I had to use now was boundary removal. It was a risky move on my part, as I risked removing the boundary between the 2 universes or worlds. This would have disastrous consequences for both worlds, as it would make them collide and implode, resulting in the death of millions and billions of people. That was not something I wanted. No, that wasn't something I wanted. I focused and saw the exact time and place I wanted to go to. I gently manipulated the boundary of the 2 points and made my exact position overlap with the place I wanted to go to. Then, with enormous control and effort, I managed to place myself in the new world. With a plop, I left my current universe and entered the world of Harry Potter. Chapter 4, Diagon Alley. I was currently in the Harry Potter universe. I had chosen to attend Hogwarts and had traveled to the year 1920. I chose this year for a reason. The first reason was that the current professor of Dada was Albus Yada Yada Dumbledore. Say what you wish about him, but he was a strong wizard. And I would take full advantage of that. He could teach me many things, and with my powers, I could become something akin to his protégé. Dumbledore did like to be revered. So why not take advantage of that? Another thing was that Dumbledore would become the Professor of Transfiguration in the year 1926. Giving me 2 years to have him as my Transfiguration teacher as well. That was amazing in my opinion and full of potential. Lastly, the reason I came to this year was that the global wizarding war started in about 1926 till the end of the Second World War in 1945. And I would have plenty of time to travel around the world, learn many new things, meet a lot of people, maybe even make some friends, and then lastly fight against a cool Dark Lord. Grindelwald had more charisma than Voldemort ever would. I mean, the guy had a snake face. Barf. Although I will fight Voldemort as well. Why would I not? There was enough time as a wizard to live till 1998 to 1999 without a problem. Of course, I could also kill the guy sooner if I so wish. Now then. With my plan laid out, I had some things to prepare first. I needed to force the good quill of acceptance to accept me and write my name into the book of admittance. We wouldn't want people to question why an unknown child wants to enter Hogwarts. First, I changed my age to 11 years old. After that, I used barrier perception to find the book and quill. It was possible for me to just force my way into Hogwarts, but that was not my wish. I wanted to act like an 11-year-old from this world and get the full Hogwarts experience. I noticed something important after I had left my good old father's stomach. My power had risen tremendously. It was scary how strong I got. It was like a switch had been flipped that gave me access to all my power and divinities. I had to massively control the output of power and my aura to not get noticed or cause a scene. Boundaries got a lot easier to manipulate, and I saw how strong I would normally be. It was fascinating and addictive. After a few minutes of searching, I found the book and quill and enveloped both of them together with me inside a boundary. In this boundary, time slowed 50 times slower than outside. I wanted to take the time to use the boundaries and force the book and quill to add my name to the book. However, I could not have the quill write my name on a new page. That would make me a newborn. No, I had to make the quill write my name on a page from 11 years ago. I pushed the boundary of what should be possible and made the quill add my name to the book. After that, I had to create a family for myself. The best way would be to create a fake identity as an orphan. Who cares about the hate of Muggle-born? I found myself in an orphanage. I chose one that was not in a city to make it easier for me. I had to create fake birth certificates and administration papers that proved my existence in this world. Overall, it was a boring task but good for training my powers. Hades. Someone is here to see you. I heard the shout of the head of the orphanage call me. I was waiting for this for a few days now. Kumiaing, I shouted back. As quickly as I could I made my way to the matron and saw a young woman standing next to her. She was wearing classical wizard attire. Ah, Hades, you're here. Good. This lovely lady is called Mrs. McGonagall. She is here to talk to you about attending a special school that you could attend, okay? So please don't be naughty and listen to her. Okay. The matron spoke to me like I was a 5-year-old. And yet I didn't care much as I was far too excited about this. I looked at the woman that was the young Minerva McGonagall and waited for her to say something. Hades, is it? An interesting name you have there. Your parents must have had quite a sense of humor. Ah, I don't know, miss. I never met my parents. Of course. I apologize. Well, Hades, I am here to invite you to Hogwarts. But first, tell me something, Hades, do you sometimes feel like you are different than the other kids? Like strange things happen? Yes. I can make things float with my mind. Look. I used my magic and made the chairs we were sitting on float a bit before putting them back down. This display was by far more than should be possible for a kid my age, but I wanted to flex a bit. I wanted the teachers to pay special attention to me and give me the chance to learn everything I wanted. So a little showing off was necessary. My gosh! That is unbelievable, my child. Such control and strength at your age. And you do not even have a wand yet, McGonagall was beyond surprised. Needless to say, my little show worked to impress her. Cough, excuse my little outburst there, Hades. But that is amazing what you showed me. You are very talented. You see, Hades, you are a wizard. A wizard? Yes, a wizard. And there is a school that teaches young wizards like you how to use magic like the one you just showed me. And that is why I am here. To invite you to Hogwarts and take you to buy all the necessary supplies you will need for school. Ah? Cool, when can we start? Ho ho, it is good that you are so enthusiastic. We can go right away. After asking permission from the matron about everything, we left for the coolest way to buy supplies for school possible. We entered the famous pub known as the Leaky Cauldron. It was just like the books described it. We McGonagall greeted the owner whose name I did not hear and tapped the wall out back the correct way to enter Diagon Alley. Welcome, Hades, to Diagon Alley, said Minerva. Whoa-ah! I could see the cobblestoned alley that slithered through an assortment of shops and restaurants. Many people were walking and going about their business. It was a truly magical atmosphere for Hades. And he enjoyed it very much. It was a stark contrast to the stomach he had stayed for years now. And he would not want to go back any time soon. I also had this expression the first time I was here. It is truly a magical and fantastical sight the first time. Yeah, I said absent-mindedly. McGonagall led me through the alley to the first stop of our journey, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. From Diagon Alley, a set of white stairs led up to a set of burnished bronze doors. This was the entrance to Gringotts, and it led into a small entrance hall and another set of doors. Engraved on these silver doors were the words, "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours, thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. A classic when going to Gringotts for the first time. It did put a smile on my face. How overly dramatic these goblins were, trying to intimidate the newcomers. I was not impressed in the slightest though. The experience in Gringotts was nothing special for me. The only thing that might have been a bit weird was the uncertain looks the goblins gave me, like they knew something or they were scared. But let us go over to a much more interesting experience of my first Diagon Alley trip. Of course, it was the last stop in Ollivanders' shop. The shop was old. It was founded in 382 BC. Upon entering the shop, I was fascinated once more by the sight. The shop was tiny, empty except for a single, spindly chair in the corner. Thousands of narrow boxes containing wands were piled right up to the ceiling of the tiny shop, and the whole place had a thin layer of dust about it. I loved it. It gave a very cozy feeling. Ah, a customer. How lovely. Please come in. So you young man are here for your wand, I presume? Yes, sir. I would like to buy a wand. Perfect. Well then let us see here. Which is your dominant hand? I don't know. I use both of them. Fascinating indeed. Well then allow me to take some measures then. The old man, who I assumed was Gervais Ollivander, took some measures of my hands and strangely also the rest of my body. After that, he started the process of finding the right wand for me. It was a long and very exciting process for me. I was so happy that it didn't take just one moment to find my wand. However, after what felt like the 1000th wand, I started to get worried. I was probably bankrupting this man. Many of the wands I touched simply exploded or disintegrated after I touched them. Unicorn hair cores were the worst of them. They were not compatible with me. I have never had a more difficult customer, Hades my boy. It does not make any sense. You have a strong affinity with some of the U wands and also those with thestral hair, but none really fit. Wait a minute. There might, no there is no way, is there? Gervais started to mumble and then left the shop to go somewhere. He was probably going to pick up a very strange wand that no one had picked yet or whatever. Here it is. Ah yes. Under any other circumstance, I would not even think about this wand. This is the wand we Ollivanders use to show our children how not to make a wand. Here it is. You would, 11,5 inches, unyielding with a thestral hair core. Truly something like this should never be made again, and yet. I took the wand into my hands and immediately felt it. A connection was formed between us. I could feel the wand and everything about it. It would become my companion for life. However, there was something that I didn't know. Something was still missing. I was unsure how to put it. But it was a minor thing and the reaction was grand. A repulsive force blew everything away from the wand and me and slowly started to corrode all the materials around the shop. Everything was dying. I could feel almost the entire shop that was affected by the burst slowly dying and corroding. I knew this had to be stopped and forced my will to stop this process. Thankfully I was able to stop this phenomenon before the entire shop died and became dust. Needless to say, Gervais Ollivander had never seen something like this and was beyond ecstatic to have witnessed it. Now I only hope that I will not be branded the future Dark Lord. Chapter 5, Dear Diary I. Diary, 1. Entry. Year, 1920. Month, September. It was the year 1920, September 1st. Today was finally the day I entered Hogwarts. McGonagall gave me the train ticket and rented a room in the Leaky Cauldron for me. 2 days later it was finally time to go. I found platform 9 3/4 easy enough and boarded the train. It was an amazing experience. All the people walking around with their luggage. The freshmen with some of their parents have nervous expressions on their faces, carrying their trunks. On the train, I at first looked for an empty booth. I was bad with social interactions and had noticed that already. It was bound to get better though, it had to improve. I was excited when some children entered my booth and wished to sit with me. It was 2 girls and eventually, another boy entered our apartment as well. Bianca Gronsberg and Evelyn Gainsbury were the girls' names. Both were of noble descent. 2 pure-blood beautiful witches in the making. The boy was also a pure-blood. His name was John Constantine. No joke, that was his name. And funny enough, he was similar to John from the DC Comics. He was a laid-back Scotsman that probably would smoke and drink as soon as he could. He liked to joke and knew how to take insults as well. We became quick friends because, unlike the 2 pure-blood ladies, John was not a fan of blood purists. He liked to have some fun, play around and maybe drink something, even though he was too young for that right now. Dinner was so cool, I tell you. The way food just appeared from nowhere and you could decide what you wanted to eat. And then the empty platter just vanished. Amazing. The sorting was nothing special really. I got sorted into Slytherin together with John. John was obvious as his family was a pure-blood family with powerful members. I on the other hand just had this dark and dangerous air around me. Something that the hat commented on. It was not what I expected, but I'll take it. The house is of no concern to mine. I would deal with the idiots that try to bully me. Diary, 3. Entry. Year, 1920. Month, October. 1 month has passed. A full month of getting used to my new life and school. I was a human in my last life. Died and then became Hades, a Greek god, and spent years alone in the stomach of my father. The only thing I did was train my powers and make plans. It was a lonely existence. But now things had changed. I loved almost all my classes and couldn't care less about the fanatics that roamed the wizarding world. Some Slytherin tried to make trouble for me, but I didn't take them seriously. How can I take 11-year-olds seriously? I was already multiple decades old and had lived another life before that. I smiled and was friendly with everyone, not because I liked everyone, but because I just looked at things differently than the humans of this world. I saw them for what they were, weak mortal humans. They would live a fulfilling life, maybe, find a family, maybe, and then die. While I was just so very different. I would not die anytime soon, and finding a family was hard for me under these circumstances. It got known that Hades didn't care about politics and was a cheerful and talented individual. Yes. I was talented. My magic quantity was beyond anything this world had ever seen. Therefore it was almost impossible for me to exhaust my magic. I still did it, to train my mana capacity and regeneration rate. Over the course of this first month, I devoured everything that had to do with magic. Whether it was magic theory, practice, or the history of magic. I found a way for me to practice my magic without having others see me or do damage to the school. I thought about finding the room or requirements and practicing there. But after visiting the room and finding out how it worked with my powers, I decided that I was able to create something far better than this. Though I would return and take all the goodies with me. I was not called the wealthy one for no reason. Diary, 13. Entry. Year, 1921. Month, September. A new year is starting. The last year I managed to accomplish so much and I am proud of myself. It was not particularly hard to do what I liked, because I liked to do it all. After the winter holidays, I started to spend more time with my friends. John was my best friend and I made many others from different houses. Normally that would be strange for Slytherin to make friends in other houses, but I was special. I was here to have fun, learn and make some friends. All the politics don't matter to me. I want to get more proficient in Dada and use this as a way to get closer to Dumbledore. He was not an admirer of the man, but he did think it was cool to see how he fought against Grindelwald in the movie. He was going to suck him dry of all his knowledge. The dimension I had created for myself worked wonderfully. I used all the spells we had already learned and the ones I learned myself in there. It was a marvelous creation of mine. I took inspiration from the instant dungeons from the gamer. Those were amazing and I loved the gamer system. I would have wished for one, had I not thought of the divinity of boundaries. Theoretically, I should be able to create something similar to the gamer system, should I want that. Although I was more interested in having an interface such as the one the gamer had. Not to do some power leveling or gaining his skills, but to have something that shows me my progress. I might create it in the future when I get stronger and more proficient with the fine-tuning of my divinity. Diary, 29. Entry. Year, 1921. Month, April. I finally managed to get a private lesson from Professor Dumbledore. I devoured every bit of information he gave me. In my excitement, I forgot to tone down my talent and mental capacity and was able to grasp everything he explained, almost instantly. I had to remind myself to restrict myself. The only time when I was able to let loose was inside my dimension. Only then did I go all out and play with my magic and the spells I had learned. But outside, I always made sure to appear extraordinary but not out of this world. It was a very narrow line to walk. That was why I showed beyond genius capabilities with all theoretical knowledge and just slight, normal genius with everything practical. Dumbledore was very happy and intrigued by my understanding and progress. I was sure that he was already making plans on whether to subdue me or pull me to his side and make me one of his devotees. Nevertheless, I made sure to not be interested in any dark magic as of yet. I made sure to start from the bottom and not just go for the most powerful spells, and that was what helped me. I appeared as a wizard that was just extremely enthusiastic and smart as well as talented, but not as one that was overly ambitious for power. That was the reason he promised to give me more lessons. Apart from my usual practice in spells and charms, I also practiced transfiguration, potions, herbology, arithmancy and ancient runes. Arithmancy was my way to a greater understanding of maths. I knew the power of math and understood that it could be used to manipulate an unfathomable amount of things. Physics was made up of maths. Those two were closely connected. And it was just fun to play around with harder and more complex equations and formulas. I could feel that it was possible to rewrite certain axioms or rules of reality. For example, change Newton's third axiom of action equals reaction in an attack or defense. Of course, I understood that with my power over boundaries that was but a minor thing. It was fun nonetheless. Ancient runes was also cool. I wanted to go so far until I could use runes as Odin did. Just by saying them. There was a lot of potential in runes and also a good pastime. Potions and herbology were things I did, just to do them. I was not really sure how helpful they would be in the future, but they might come in handy when I start to do some science experiments in the future to pass the time. The real killer though, and one of my favorites, was transfiguration. Goodness, I practiced it in my dimension against enemies and just for fun whenever I had the time. It was so much fun to do. I could play like he would as a small child. No matter what I thought of, he could create it, as long as I was proficient enough. I combined training and playing around with my magic and it was a blast. I had created different dungeons like the gamer could. The zombie dungeon and the orc dungeon and more. To train my transfiguration, I created golems that looked quite similar to those of Jehun the gamer and attacked the zombies. I love it here. Diary, 42. Year, 1923. Month, July. My third year is just about to end. I am still as happy here as I was in the beginning. I noticed something though. Over the last 3 years of me learning magic theory and then applying it and training it in my dimension, I noticed how weak it truly was in the grand scheme of things. I of course knew that before coming here, but it was still remarkable seeing it whilst doing my own research. Why do I say this? Well, during my research I usually just filled in blanks of magic theory that already existed or added some things or corrected some mistakes. But in the last month or so, I started to realize that I had advanced a lot further than the current knowledge in the world. I was getting far deeper into the true nature of magic in the world of Harry Potter than wizards in this world probably ever would or had. The only person that might come close to my level of understanding might be Rowena Ravenclaw and maybe also Merlin. Currently, it was not that big of a deal, but in the future, I might reveal things that could make wizards far too greedy and start a war. Should some wizards get their hands on some of my notes, they might start the apocalypse in the future. I had to be extra careful and store my notes inside another special barrier of my own creation. Diary, 50. Entry. Year, 1924. Month, May. I just managed to make a remarkable breakthrough in my studies about death. I just started this a few weeks ago. 1 week ago to be honest. And it only took so long because I took a break for 6 days in between. Death in this universe was different than it was in other universes. In the DC universe, there is Death of the Endless, in Marvel, there is Mistress Death, and in other universes, there are other entities that govern death. In this universe though, there is no one. There are also no entities that govern other fundamental aspects of reality. There is only magic. And strangely enough, magic is not alive like in other universes, for example, my own. It's just energy with special properties that can be used by a group of people, and those people are called wizards. This energy though is dwindling, and the reason for that is that there are fewer and fewer wizards. Had magic had a will of its own, or had there been an entity that governed magic, this would not have happened. Now coming back to death in this universe. Death is an aspect of magic, so to speak, in this world. And this allows for something very dangerous. This allows someone, let us take a wizard for example, to take the place of the one who governs death. This is a very hard process and almost impossible though, as the wizard would have to shed his mortal skin by dying and would then have to stay conscious enough to direct his personal magic from fusing fully with the ambient magic and then take up the position of power that is death. A very complicated and nigh impossible task that would only work with an unholy amount of luck. Now after I arrived in this world/universe, I could of course take up the mantle of death and become the entity that governs it. I say I could because imagine my surprise when I found out that there is someone who already fills that position. I was surprised when I found that out. Theoretically, I could force this person out of the position very easily, but it intrigued me. If my suspicions are correct, then this person is quite known in the world of Harry Potter. Chapter 6, Dear Diary 2. Diary, 76. Entry. Year, 1925. Month, March. The 5th year is quite stressful, is what I would say if I was not who I was. The owls were to be held this year, and I must say that it's nice to see others also learn so much for once. I made some progress in my magic and magic theory as well as research, but it's not that much since the 75. Entry. More important, is what happened with a certain girl. Rose Wynn, is her name. I find her to be a pretty girl, who is in the same year as me. She is a Gryffindor through and through. Not like what most idiots who get sorted into Gryffindor think it means to be a Gryffindor, but a real one. She has beautiful long, brown wavy hair. I have never seen her cry or be depressed since I first saw her. She is very brave and loves to spend time with her friends. She has no problem with standing up to those that bully others, even if they are stronger or older than her. But the most beautiful thing about her is her smile. Whenever she smiles, 2 rows of white teeth come out and you can feel her positive energy flowing out of her. It affects everyone around her, and not even the most broody students or teachers are able to stay unaffected. Magic energy vibrated whenever I saw her smile, and that captivated me. I was intrigued and interested in her and the effect she had on the ambient magic. Though I never talked to her or approached her on my own. It was always the other way around. She would usually ask me something about different subjects she didn't understand, and I would answer her. Other than that, we didn't really spend time with each other. I counted her as a friend like all the friends I had in other houses. That was until yesterday. She asked me whether I wanted to go to Hogsmeade with her. I said yes, but little did I know that she only invited me and no one else. I was not even able to feel awkward because Rose was just immune to those types of feelings and kept talking to me normally. She was full of energy and I was fascinated by her. Truly I could say that I enjoyed spending time with her. Not once did I think about finishing to get back to my work and training. I didn't even realize time had passed. Strange. I wanted to spend another day with her. I must find out what this is and why it affects me so. Diary, 108. Entry. Year, 1925. Month, December. Well, it's the last day before the Christmas holidays. Rose and I walked and spent more time together today. The amount of time I spend with her is increasing. My personal research is limited to the night inside my dimension. Time means nothing to me anymore, after getting a lot stronger with the use of my divinities. I started practicing my divinity of death and also wealth. I use them on the zombies and other undead that I fight in the dungeons. I am losing the battle with myself. At first, I tried to limit the amount of time I spend with Rose, so I don't get attached. That plan did not go well as Rose is just too headstrong. I was Hades, the god of the underworld, death, wealth, and boundaries. I shouldn't fall in love, but I'm afraid that might just happen. How will I leave this world when this bond forms between us? My sister came to my mind today. I realized that I acted very badly. I allowed my fear to control me and hurt probably the only other god that was not a complete prick. I would have to correct this as soon as I go back. But what about Rose? I'm conflicted. I'll try to see whether she finds someone that... No. I was just about to run from my responsibility again. I will see this through, and if it actually happens that we might fall in love, I'll go through with it. There is a war on the horizon. You could feel it in the air. Some rumors here and some whispering there made the entire school a bit nervous. Diary, 127. Entry. Year, 1926. Month, April. Well, the war started. Grindelwald has begun with his crusade that seeks a world without muggles. He will cause a lot of deaths, and with his charisma, he will find lots of followers. That and the Elder Wand are probably the reason why this war will take 2 decades. Dumbledore will not be able to fight him right now. He was already approached by Aurors during Transfiguration class, whose professor he now is. It was getting uncomfortable in Hogwarts. Thankfully I still had someone that was close to me during those times. Not that it would have mattered to me, but it was nice nonetheless. I was far too deep into my Hogwarts stay to see myself as anything else but a student. Rose stayed close to me. Her family, the Winds, were under pressure by Grindelwald and also by the Aurors to pick a side. It seemed that they were waiting for House Wind to make a decision. I made a breakthrough this week about the guy who took the position of death in this world. I actually met him face to face as well. It was a man who used to be a wizard once. While talking I could see his obsession with death and living forever. He took the wrong way though, as he was dead, and by forcefully taking the position of death, he has put restrictions on himself. He can't intervene with life directly, but he can influence certain things like create 3 indestructible objects and giving them to 3 brothers and taking advantage of human greed that way. That's right, the Deathly Hallows were created by this man and then gifted to the 3 Peverell brothers. Good old Death thought that these 3 Hallows would cause greed in the world, and through this greed, death. And he would be right, of course. He did not calculate that the story about the Hallows would be put off as myths and then forgotten. He also could not anticipate that one of the 3 brothers was too smart for him and would just hide from him, with the object he had gifted him. The reason for Death creating the Hallows served more than just the purpose to get more killing and therefore making him stronger. His plan was a different one. He planned to have something special happen when someone gathers all 3. Death had to compromise. He did not have enough authority and power to just create rules for his objects. For each rule, he would have to add something that would put the stakes higher. Therefore he added the condition that should someone manage to gather all 3 hallows, he would become the master of death. Meaning that the one who gathered all 3 hallows would become his master and rule over death, or at least as much as his authority allowed. But there was a catch. He placed a twist that stated, should this person who gathered all the deathly hallows have killed or done evil to acquire the hallows, he would not become the master of death, but death would get said person's body. That was the grand scheme of this person. He wanted to have all his power while still retaining his freedom. And that was a pipe dream in my opinion. I might have to deal with him at some point. But I know where the 3 deathly hallows are and can intervene should the situation require it. Diary, 170. Entry. Year, 1927. Month, June. The last year of Hogwarts is not what I suspected it would be. It is extremely hectic and stressful for most people. The newts gave everyone a headache in the 7th year and I was not any better. Although my problem is not school, but my personal life. It finally happened. I admitted to myself that I had fallen in love. Yes, me and Rose were a thing now. Though her family was not happy about that. They were hoping and actually forcing Rose to marry someone from another noble family. They wanted to use her marriage as a way to secure their standing and not be run over by either side of the war. Fear made them do things that weren't their style, so to speak. And it was hard for Rose, and in turn, it was hard for me as well. Though I could solve this problem in a second, I chose to not use my powers to solve the problems of this world. The only thing I was using to fight was the magic I learned here. I know this is not smart, but I want to grow more than just in years. I understand now that you can't always control everything, and no matter what happens, I will deal with it. Acting like a spoiled god already cost me my sister, and that could not happen again. So this life here in Harry Potter was important for me to gain maturity. I despised the Greek pantheon. Other than Hades and Hestia, most were *pists and spoilt children with anger management problems. Therefore I wanted to make a difference. I had the power to change things and I would do so, but to do that I would need maturity. I would make sure that Rose knew who I truly was and make sure that she was not so anxious anymore. It pains me to see her like that. Diary, 200. Entry. Year, 1944. Month, December. I just found my old diary again. I didn't even know I had this. Time surely flies when you're busy. I failed. I don't know what to write. It didn't work out as I planned it to. I lost everything. Rose, my Rose. She died yesterday. And I don't know how to deal with it. I wanted to reverse it all. I told her who I am and what I can do, and I was already about to heal her and make her strong and She told me not to. She said that it was her mortality that made her so happy about what she had in life. She said that she loved me and was so happy about me being in her life. She wanted children, but we never got to be intimate since we graduated. We were together most of the time, fighting and sleeping together, but Rose, she said she wanted to wait till after the war to make children. And now she's gone. I have nothing left. Only this boiling unlimited fury that seems to increase every minute. My thoughts only circle around Rose and the promise I made. She said for me not to take revenge against the world but to forgive humans for their foolishness. She said that was what made us human. This will be my last entry. I will burn it after this. I will go on a hunt now. Grindelwald can make his testament. For there will be nothing left when I'm done with him. Rose, my love, may you rest in peace. I love you. Chapter 7, Hello Grindelwald. A new year has come to this world. And it is an important year as well. The year of 1945. The year that the Second World War ended in this world as well as in his last life. History was going to repeat itself, in more ways than one. The Axis powers will be defeated and Grindelwald will also be defeated, just like it was supposed to happen in canon. And yet, there will be changes that Hades will be responsible for. Grindelwald will not be imprisoned and Dumbledore will not get the Elder Wand and become a hero. It will be a massacre and Hades will most likely become an enemy of most wizards in this world. POV Hades. Paris. The City of Light, the City of Love as she's also known. Well, not at the moment and especially not in the next few hours. I was actually never in Paris and the fact that I am here now would make Rose happy. She always told me that she wanted to come here for a romantic holiday. I could not care less about the city right now though. I am far more focused on my target. The reason for my suffering in this world. I made mistakes, no questions about it. I made mistakes because of my immaturity and because of arrogance. Nothing could touch me in this world, is what I thought, and yet I got pierced right in the heart. I walked down the road that I needed to get to my destination. Using many of my contacts and also the skills that I acquired in this world, I was able to gather the information of the next gathering that Grindelwald had arranged. No matter what you say about him, he has charisma and knows how to handle a crowd and win people's hearts with words. Imagine a wizard being talented in magic and knowing how to use his brain and mouth. Had he not been blinded by his arrogance and own gestures of grandeur, he would have succeeded in taking over the wizarding world in my opinion. And who knows what he might have accomplished. I came to this world hoping to have some fun, see places, play with magic, and overall satisfy my inner Chiyuni. Naturally, I started playing around with magic as that was one of my favorite pastimes. I invented many new spells of different varieties. Some were ingenious, some were tricky, some were powerful, some were useful and some were questionable. After I graduated and partook in the war, I started to put more focus on the mind. Protecting the mind, organizing the mind, speeding up the mind, increasing IQ and processing speed, etc. I knew that the mind was something very valuable and had to be protected, but I was also aware of the power it possessed should it be fast and flexible. In the later years I created a somewhat flawed spell if you looked at it morally, but who cares about that during a war, right? Well, Rose cared, and that made it more problematic for me to use this particular spell. I knew that information was key in a war and therefore I created this spell to break down and disassemble the occlumency of my target. Naturally, this is a painful process for the victim. What the spell did, was it essentially overloaded the occlumency barriers specifically and made them explode, so to speak. This had the effect of very much killing the victim. They would be brain dead, even if you could not see anything. But, you would have free and easy access to all his memories. So using this piece of art, I managed to gather all the info I needed to find out where Grindelwald would be to spread his propaganda. And that is why I am here now. I bob and weave through the small streets of Paris, knowing full well where I am going. Turning around the last corner, I can see a door and 3 powerful wizards guarding it. They don't say anything as I walk closer. I know how to act like I belong here. Therefore they don't know that I am not one of the fools Grindelwald is trying to influence but the reaper that came to collect taxes. Name, one of them asked. He had a look on his face that dripped with arrogance. Hades. What? I might kill them, but that's still no reason not to be polite about it. Living over 2 decades in Britain left its mark. You're not expected. Who are you? All 3 took up defensive stances and grabbed their wands. It seemed like they were ready for trouble. At least you're not some second-hand henchman. Though that won't help you, I said and slowly grabbed my wand as well. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy, Conf Ringo. Bombarda. All 3 fired off spells. It seemed like they were not trying to kill me outright. The scales of the war were not in their favor and they were probably trying not to gain attention. Well, their fault. Not that it would have changed anything in the scenario. Protego premis, effusio. A protego-like shield formed in front of me and absorbed all the spells. Protego secundo, Caligendis. After all the spells were absorbed by my protego, I made a claw with my other hand. Slowly all the power that had been absorbed by the protego premies, gathered there. This amalgamation of energies and magic created a ball in my hand. For a moment the world seemed to stand still. Protego finalis, reeditus. I opened my hand, releasing all the power that had been multiplied, and fired it in front of me. A strong stream of destruction shot toward the three and reduced them and the entrance, as well as a lot of the walls to cinders. Looking at the aftermath of my spell chain, I nodded. This was an adequate result. No doubt it was weak, but the key to the spell is that I spend an infinitesimally small amount of mana or magic power to do this. All I do is absorb spells, combine them, and then, should I want to, I can add some of my power, and send it back. The marvelous thing about this spell is that it is based on nuclear fusion. Using my almost impeccable mana control, I use all the mana/magic from the spells I absorbed and make them collide with each other, therefore creating a potential shitton of energy that is released however I wish. I dust myself off and start walking into the building. By now all the people must have heard and felt the destruction and will be alert. All the better for me to make an entrance. It's time for me to greet my tormentor. I take out my wand again and focus on what I want to do. Slowly the wall and the ground reform until it looks the same as it did before I destroyed it. And then I tap the wall of the building. A ripple travels through the entire building like it was made of water. Feeling the result of my spell, I put my wand back and ascend the stairs. After climbing the stairs and making my way into a grand hall, I see many wizards and witches sitting and one wizard standing in the middle with white hair. Nobody said anything and just look at me. Almost all of them have their wands out and some are even pointing it at me. The wizard standing in the middle looks at me with narrowed eyes. He can feel some of the pressure I'm giving off. It's not my magic power or killing intent, but only my presence that I'm not holding back. He is feeling a teeny tiny fraction of it and it still gives him the chills. Finally. Just the man I have been looking for. I would have come sooner but I was occupied. I let my gaze wander around the room and see a lot of wizards and witches that I know of. Among them also Rose's father and her two uncles and cousins. After that, I look at the man of the hour and the sole reason I'm here right now. Hello Grindelwald. Let's talk, shall we? Chapter 8, Talk with Grindelwald. Surprise chapter. Hope you like it. Third person POV. Grindelwald was tense. He knew that whoever this person was powerful. He did not know who this was, but he hoped that he was not here with hostile intentions. Should he be able to get this man on his side, he could turn the tides on the war and still win. That was what he was planning right as he was facing off with the man. He would never show weakness in front of his followers. It was important to keep appearances. No matter what, he would always make sure that his image is top-notch. He was a strong believer that you win hearts through power and that power could come from words as they could from his magic. And he had a lot of charisma and magic power. Who are you? My name is Hades. Hades, a powerful name you have there. Do you have a lot of experience with death? Is that why you came here, for death? I came here for you. Oh? Are you interested in joining me in? No, you misunderstood me. It's just like you said, I came here for death and that is why I came here for you. I will show you why I am named Hades and give you an all-round experience package for free. Rejoice Grindelwald, for today witness what it means to face me. All the pain that you gave me and which I am still feeling. I will let you get a taste of it. The air in the Colosseum-like room changed abruptly. Everyone that did not have a wand out, took it out now. Grindelwald himself also had his wand out but still made sure to keep his composure. It was not certain yet whether Hades was a loon or truly dangerous. The pressure he was feeling spoke in favor of this being a real threat though. Hades spread his arms wide and spoke, well? What are you waiting for? Not in the mood? Let's have a kerfuffle. Grindelwald did not wait any longer. He pointed his wand at Hades and started firing chains of spells. You had to give it to the man. He was truly a genius in the art of magic and dueling. However, he was not handling this like a duel but more like a fight to the death. And that was smart of him. This was a fight to the death. Death was standing in front of him and waiting for him to act. Bombardas, Petrificus Totalis, Expulsos, binding spells, blasting curses, and even an Avada Kedavra were shot at Hades. Hades started the fight by simply dodging everything Grindelwald dished out. He ducked and evaded spells. Grindelwald adjusted and used spells to make the ground slippery. When that didn't work, he simply turned the entire ground into ice and transfigured birds to take away Hades' vision. It was no use. Hades used transfiguration as well and turned his shoes into ice skates. To counter the birds, he used a spell of his creation. Solidum Arum. This little beauty solidified the air where he aimed his wand. The air was as strong as his focus was, and the more magic he poured into the spell, the stronger it got. The cool thing about that spell was that they were invisible to the naked eye. They were simply very dense air that was saturated with magic. So if the opponent didn't know of the spell's existence, it would create some funny and powerful moves. The battle became more and more hectic. Grindelwald was using 100% of his focus to fight. It was extremely hard for him as he had to deal with new spells that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Hades had created many spells, and with his marvelous mind, which was a god's mind that had been enhanced with magic after all, he was able to use them to severely throw Grindelwald off his game. Many of his usual spell chains were interrupted by Hades as he simply moved a small area of ground under Grindelwald's foot, throwing off his balance. Grindelwald had started to use the killing curse. But it was not helping really. Transfiguration was something that Hades thoroughly enjoyed messing around with and therefore was a very, very good practitioner of it. Suddenly Hades felt a spell come at him from behind. Without even thinking, he used Protego and blocked it. He looked behind and saw Rose's father standing there with his wand pointed at him. Ha! Et2 Brutus! He did not even think twice and slightly waved his wand. Sectum Sempra. Just as the future creator of the spell had intended, a cut appeared on the man. But it was still different from its future brother. It was by far stronger, resulting in the late father of his love splitting in 3 parts. It looked like in some kind of anime. All the parts fell to the ground and were painted the ground red. After the shock had receded, everyone in the room joined the fight. Spells were fired from all around the room. It was chaos. Hades' expression changed. His hand was flickering all over the place. He transfigured walls, created prot-egos left and right, dodged, ducked, tried to evade, and more. But slowly but surely the spells overwhelmed him. After 10 minutes of being on the defensive, a boiling curse finally hit him on his right shoulder. It gave him immense pain, but he managed to keep it together and continue. 5 minutes later another spell hit him, and then another and another. More and more spells finally found their mark, and Hades got riddled with more and more wounds and boils, and he looked like a dead man. Using a cutting curse, Grindelwald managed to cut off Hades' wand arm, and finally, the fight stopped. Hades looked at his arm on the ground with a heavy expression. Ha! Would you look at that? Hee hee. Well, we all have dreams, don't we? Hades said and looked at Grindelwald with pity. Wah! Hades' body began to dissolve into ravens. Just like a certain killer of families, from whom Hades had copied this technique. Using his magic and power over shadows and death, Hades had managed to create this technique. But different than Attacca, he actually became ravens, that were made of magic and shadows. Once again the world paused for Grindelwald. And then, like a burning canvas, it all went away. Grindelwald found himself in the void. There was nothing around him, no light, no sound, nothing. He thought that he must have been transported to the stars and suddenly didn't manage to breathe. He grabbed his neck and tried to take in air into his lungs. Not only that, he was slowly starting to get colder and colder. His entire body was turning into ice. After a few more seconds, everything once again got black, only for him to find himself in another room. He saw himself back in his youth when he was spending time with Dumbledore. That was one of his fondest memories. They were reliving the love they had for each other in their youth. He had forgotten all about his previous death in space and was truly living and experiencing his first intimate moment with Dumbledore. They had their first kiss when he felt a sting. He opened his eyes only to see Dumbledore with green lips smiling evilly at him. "Wha, TD did you do? Sorry love. But the Elder Wand is mine. That was poison I got from a wizard in Egypt. Quite potent and painful I was told. Don't worry though. It will be over soon. I guess." Grindelwald felt like he was hit by a cruciatus curse times 10. He felt pain like no other. In comparison to that, Joffrey's death felt like a quick and nice experience. Once again he finds himself in another situation that is connected to a fond memory. And once again he dies by betrayal, or the person close to him dies in the most cruel ways imaginable. He relives his life over and over again, and no matter what he tries to change, everyone dies very cruelly and painfully. And he always ends up tortured, or worse should he decide to hide from the world. Not even suicide helps, as he just comes back to relive another life from a different person he does not know. All the emotions of the person are present for him, and everybody dies. His feelings for all those people make it millions of times more painful. Please. Please. I beg of you, make it stop. Sob sob, I can't anymore, please. No matter how much he begs, no matter how much he accepts the deaths of himself or the torture of reliving different lives and forging bonds only for them to get brutally broken again, it does not stop. Thousands upon millions of years have passed, and what is left of Grindelwald is a truly broken and hollow shell. There is nothing left, only pain. Degree conditions met. Releasing from illusion degree. Finally, after so long, the illusion is finally broken, and Grindelwald consciousness is brought back from to the real world. There in front of him stands Hades with his wand pointing at him. Yippee-ki-yay, mother fasterisker. Boom. Chapter 9, Back Again. That day would forever be remembered in the world of wizards and witches as the day that death struck personally and ended the war. The death in the arena where an important secret meeting was supposed to take place would never be forgotten. During the torture of Grindelwald and the resulting death of his mind and personality, Hades takes care of the other attendees. There was no playing around. He was not here to test himself. He did not seek glory or recognition of any kind. After the death of Grindelwald, Hades looked around for a moment. He took a deep breath and then exhaled very slowly. It was done. His revenge that he had sworn the day Rose died had been fulfilled. It was now time to move on. Hades looked to the ground and saw a special wand lying there. The Elder Wand. It was a powerful tool, he could feel it. He could feel the influence that a certain someone had over it. And he knew that he had actually fulfilled one of the conditions to wield the wand. After a moment, he turned around and left. He was not interested in the wand. He thought about dealing with the death situation and the worm that planned all of this and wanted to return to the world. He first thought about simply eradicating him and then leaving it at that, but that would create problems as the guy had settled into his position. Now he was not truly conscious anymore. He was now an aspect of death, with the little authority that he held over it, but still. But he was not able to influence anyone anymore, and that was perfect. The solution to the problem was simple. Hades had killed the last wielder of the Elder Wand and earned the right to wield it. He had become the master of the Elder Wand, and no one that wields it otherwise, without defeating him, could become the master of it. So by simply leaving and not taking the Elder Wand, he had essentially taken away the possibility of anyone ever becoming the master of death or death taking over the body of someone. The best solution in his opinion. He did have some errands to run though, before leaving this world for a while. He wanted to take as much flora and fauna with him as he could. That way he would be able to cultivate the necessary resources to create potions and mess around some in his free time. Money was not something he needed per se, but having some special goods from this magical world would be fun and cool to have. He guessed it would be a while until he returned, at least for him. In this world, he was probably returning in a few decades. A new threat was approaching and good ol Riddle was already born. Hades had gathered all the things that he wanted and was now ready to return home. The disgusting stomach that he and his sister reside in for the moment was not truly his home, but it was better than anything else. He had matured a lot since he left. He had gotten more powerful, and using the small amount of divinity that he did, he was able to improve his control immensely. He had a lot of plans for his home. The underworld was not going to be the sad, scary, and disgusting place it was described in mythology. While he would make it dangerous as you can't even imagine, he would also add interesting and modern things that will be open to those he chooses and make the underworld a banger place to be in. He had the power of boundaries and was immortal. There was nothing he could not achieve with sufficient time. He had so many plans. He felt like a Minecraft player right now. Concentrating, Hades managed to find the boundaries that separated this reality from the one he came from. It was rather hard. Normally it should not be so hard with all the training he had. But he realized that he was climbing up the ladder. He went from a rather weak world, in the grand scheme of things, to a rather powerful world, and that was harder to do than the other way around. Nevertheless, he managed to do it and found himself back the second after he left. It was time to right some wrongs, and he would start with Hestia. Should his prediction prove correct, then she would forgive him in no time. She was the goddess of family and the hearth. It was in her nature to love all her siblings and family. So after he asks for an apology, she will gladly grant it. Hades POV. I found myself back in the stomach of Daddy Dearest and took a moment to get used to the change of air. It was just as bad as I remembered it. I looked around and saw my sister curled up with a sad expression. She was truly a sad sight to look at. My goodness, she would have to tough up with the family we would have in the future. I made my way over to her and sat down next to her. How are you, Hestia? I understand that you're mad at me. I would be as well. But I want you to know that I am sorry, truly sorry. It was an immature thing to do, and I was afraid of something that was ridiculous. I promise that from this day, night? I don't know. But I promise that from now on, I will not abandon you, and you are welcome to come to me with your problems, okay? She looked at me with tears in her eyes. Promise? Absolutely. While there will be boundaries between us, I will always try to find time for you as long as you stay the way you are. Hestia got so happy after I said that. She started to smile and the room seemed to lighten up a bit. She jumped into my arms and embraced me like a koala. Ha, family, am I right? Things changed after that talk. I started to spend a lot of time with Hestia. I told her about myself and how I spent many years in another world. I told her that it was not possible to take her with me. I did not want to take someone from my family with me on my travels. Well, maybe should I find a wife and the love of my life, I might change my mind. But for now, no way am I going to entertain the fantasy of her by taking her with me. I began to teach Hestia about our divinities and started to teach her how to wield them. My ability to teach was something I trained in the Harry Potter world. I trained a lot of kids in Hogwarts actually. I became a teacher for a very short time because shortly after, Rose got killed and I planned my revenge. Nevertheless, it was a success. Hestia toughened up a bit, while not a lot, and got the hang of her divinity of fire. I told her to let her imagination run free. Remember Hestia, logic will get you from A to B, but imagination will get you everywhere. Therefore it is much more important for you to use your imagination as much as possible than to try to advance your divinity with logic. After all, imagination is the highest form of research. Yes, he had stolen this quote. But it was indeed useful, and Hades was a firm believer of that as well. He would think of new and interesting ways to use power with his imagination, no matter how ridiculous it sounded. Logic and science only help him to make the moves more powerful or make them easier to handle in the beginning. Finally, after a few years, it was time to welcome our new family member. It was time for Demeter to arrive and join our party. Chapter 10, Time Inside the Stomach. Hades POV. I found out something very interesting. I actually spent over 1 million years in the stomach before Hestia came. I understood that only after using the spell, Tempus, from Harry Potter. This spell allowed me to keep track of time. I used it with another spell I created myself. I called it Tempus Differentia. It calculated the time, in hours that passed after you had used the spell Tempus the last time. And I used Tempus after getting back from the Harry Potter world. I used it again when our next sister arrived. Tempus Differentia, I said after just having rescued Demeter. The result came back after a long delay. It seemed the disturbance inside here was affecting my magic. Was the result that came back. My goodness, that was a lot of hours. Doing some quick maths, I managed to find out that that was approximately 932,000 years. Going by feeling, I deduced that it didn't take as long for Demeter to arrive as it took for Hestia. Meaning I was actually longer down here alone, than I was here with Hestia. Putting me well over 1 million years older than Hestia and at a staggering age of 2 million plus. Boy was I old. Thankfully it did not feel like millions of years while you were down here. It feels more like 100,000s of years. Meaning the feeling of time seems to be about 10 times off. A weird detail to notice. But after spending that much time with my 3 sisters, I took every chance I got to think of something else. After I saved Demeter and she entered our small circle of inmates, I was happy. I was happy that I could escape the constant pestering of Hestia. The longer we stayed down here, the more annoying she got. She wanted me to do all kinds of things. Teaching her only saturated her thirst for entertainment for a short while. This meant that I had to show her magic almost every day and play with her and whatnot. Thankfully it got better as she got older and more mature. Her divinity of family probably felt my distress and made her less demanding. It was not all bad though, as I was able to come up with more and more spells that were either funny, interesting, or simply entertaining. I got many ideas on actual combat spells through it. Hestia's training in her divinity of fire went well. She loved the fire and managed to change the color. The properties did not change though. She only liked to change the color of her fire, and after trying for a couple of days, she did it. I tried to motivate her and told her about the potential healing properties of fire. She could maybe mimic the phoenix fire and its healing property and help her family should they need it. That got her motivated for a few years until she lost interest again and stopped. Overall, my time with Hestia was okay. She was not the annoying, spoiled girl that my other 2 sisters were going to be. After Demeter arrived I was happy, as I said. I thought that Hestia would be able to spend more time with her and give me some breathing room. That did work, to some degree, as Hestia took the role of a mother and taught Demeter about values and family and bonds and. Demeter though was not very interested and lost interest very quickly. She preferred to talk about nature and plants, especially wheat and other crops. The only problem was that she became frustrated that there was nothing the like down here. The environment was so bad and the stomach suppressed her powers that she was unable to have any crops around her. That frustration would have escalated, had I not intervened and taken her mind off this. I told her about training and getting stronger so that she would eventually be able to manifest her domain here. This little misinformation managed to catch her attention and she got to work. I was surprised when I saw her dedication and motivation. She truly loved her domain and divinity of agriculture and crops. I could relate to that and felt respect towards her. She did not whine or complain about the lack of progress. She managed to be rational enough to accept the problem of staying inside Krona's stomach. All good things must come to an end though. It was impressive how long Demeter managed to pull through her training and failures. After our next sibling arrived, it all turned to waste. Hera, Oh my effing FCK! How did I deserve this? There is no way that a young woman is that arrogant and confident in herself. There was nothing for her to be proud of. She had not done anything. She was by far the weakest member of us, and yet she was still the most arrogant of us. Sadly, Hera rubbed Demeter the wrong way. Well, she rubbed me the wrong way as well, but I was mature enough to know exactly how to deal with her. Run. I used this tactic frequently while we were inside the stomach to get a break from my sisters. That gave me the strength to continue years of agonizing torture with Hera. I tell you, it was predestined that she married Zeus. I mean, of course it was, but like seriously, how can you be such a b*tch? It was once again one of those days where Hera and Demeter argued with each other and Hestia tried to make peace between them, and my fourth and final sibling arrived before we could get out of here. Poseidon was just as I expected. He could be calm and steadfast like the calm ocean. But he could also show why the ocean was dangerous and show his temper in hot-blooded fits. He did not want to get taught by me and chose to get to know about his powers on his own. I knew that Poseidon was not much better than Zeus in the future and therefore invested quite a lot of time in interacting with him and trying to influence him and teach him some important values. However, my efforts stayed fruitless and I would probably have to deal with an exact copy of Poseidon from mythology. Third-person POV. 6 million years and after Hades' birth. Hades just about had it with his siblings. He had gone out of his way to change things and raise his siblings. Only Hestia and somewhat Demeter seemed to listen to him. But they no longer did that. And while Hestia said that she listened, Hades knew that she would never be able to change from the family-loving fool that she was portrayed as in mythology. However, Hades no longer cared. He had kept his promise and looked after Hestia and Demeter. Hera was by far too arrogant to ask anything from him and Poseidon just did not care about him. However, that was not the whole truth of the matter. Hades did not know that, but there were other reasons why Poseidon did not want his help and Hera seemed to loathe his presence. Poseidon POV. Hades, every time it's that name, Hades. When I came here and got rescued by brother, I was happy at first. It was so painful falling in the acid, so I felt safe when he brought me to the platform. However, I was far too proud to thank him or be grateful. I wanted to do things my way. So when he offered to teach me, I refused. I later asked Hestia about her fire and how she managed to conjure it. She told me all about Hades and the training she did with him as well as Demeter's training. Hades must have found out about it and dropped some hints during meals that could not have more obviously been for me. I refused to acknowledge him and his efforts though and wanted to get stronger by myself. However, over the years something became painfully obvious to me. It seemed like the more I trained and got stronger, the more I understood the difference between us. The stronger I became, the more I was able to feel how Hades was keeping his aura and power concealed. He must be holding back so that he doesn't hurt us. And that was so frustrating. I got angry with him for disrespecting me. I saw his attempt to keep his power contained as disrespect towards me and my attempts. I got more and more disrespectful to him and provoked him. Nothing seemed to get a reaction out of him, though. He was like a dead person. There was no reaction from him, like nothing could ever move him. The truth was, I was wary of Hades. Hades was the black hole of power that could never be comprehended or surpassed. Hera POV. Poseidon was an embarrassment. I thought that one brother would be able to contend with Hades once they were born. So when Poseidon came here and began to train, I got hopeful. I don't know why I was hoping for Poseidon to get stronger than Hades, all I know is, I was afraid. Since the moment I saw him and he saved me from the stomach fluids, I was terrified of him. I needed someone to be stronger than him so that I could hide behind that person. I tried to distract myself by focusing on myself and all my amazing attributes. But no matter what, it seemed like Demeter always thought she was better than me, while it's obvious that I was far above her. God, I just hope that someone saves me from this place. It's so boring and I don't want to be so close to Hades anymore. I deserve something better. I deserve the best and only the best. And then after many years, after grueling 7+ million years of staying inside his father's stomach, it was time for all of them to leave. The day had arrived when they would be freed by their youngest sibling and see the world and the sky again. While Hades had no problem with the darkness and could see perfectly fine, the others hated it and wanted to get out. And now they would all finally get their wish. The stomach started to constrict and the walls trembled. It seems like someone had a stomach ache. Good old Daddy was fed the special concoction that Métis had prepared and Zeus had given Cronus. So now they would be freed with a vomit. Chapter 11, You Will Beg. Greetings my friends. A surprise chapter today. Not just for you but for me as well. I got an idea that I had to write down and had a little bit of time on my hands. I have decided on his future wife and she is not from the DC universe. She is from an anime and I think she will work perfectly. I believe she will work very well. The only problem is that I don't know anything or close to nothing about the story world she is from. You will know soon enough who she is. This means that I will have to force the interactions they will have to make it work and might hurt canon or whatever. Please be patient with me, okay? For all of you that wanted to have him marry a god, well, I don't know about that. For the first time, I think I know who to pair my MC with and I want to go through with it. But I also don't want to upset anyone. I know that I can never please everyone and therefore you will just have to deal with it. I apologize. I have a few worlds planned for him to visit. Those worlds will give him inspiration and potential power. Mark my words, Zeus and dear brothers and sisters. Before this war ends and you will realize that there is no way for you to win without me, you will beg for me to come and help you. You will scream and cry and I will not hear you. I tried to show you the care you were not able to experience. I did more than I had to and this is how you thank me. Fine then. Have it your way. We will see how you fare without me. With a pop, Hades left the island of Crete. It had been a few months since Zeus had freed his siblings from Cronus' stomach. Flashback. Blurg. Cronus vomits a river on the marble floor and out of nowhere there stand 5 young people. 3 women and 2 men. All of the newcomers look surprised. All except one, that is. One of them looks around with interest and amusement. It seems he is not that surprised with what happened and is perfectly fine. Zeus looks at his siblings and is just about to address them and call for them to flee with him from here when this particular man's eyes meet his own. To describe what he feels would not do the situation justice. For a split second, Zeus felt like a blade of grass or a handful of dirt, in other words, he felt powerless. It was like standing in front of a gaping pit that swallows your whole and never lets you go. In a fraction of a second, Zeus actually died and then, it was like nothing happened. Hades looked away bored and unimpressed. Zeus shook his head and put the experience off as a fluke and nervousness about accomplishing his task. Brothers and sisters. I am your brother Zeus. I have come here to free you all and take you with me. Come, we must make haste before our father comes to his senses and they attack. Meanwhile, this was going on, the other titans were perplexed as to what they were seeing. It seems this whole time their king had children and ate them all. Before they could fully process this though, Cronus got some of his bearings back and screamed at them. Cough, you imbeciles, cough, get them. That kick-started chaos. Atlas was the first to react. Due to the amount of alcohol he had consumed, he was not on his A game and the young gods were able to escape. It was a rather amusing scene for Hades to watch. He was once more convinced that alcohol was bad for you and would only result in you letting your guard down. In the future, he would try and create a delicious drink without it being alcoholic and wasting you. When they arrived on the island Crete, Rhea, their mother and the Titan of motherhood waited for them. It was a heartwarming scene for most of the siblings. But it was a rather cool greeting Rhea had with Hades. His aura spoke of distance and she was put off by it and only greeted him quickly, no hug. Hades felt strange. It was not something he thought would bother him, and he was not sad or anything, but the fact that he was treated this coldly only told him how useless his efforts were in trying to change them and make them a family. No matter. He would simply rise above that and they could go f*ck themselves for all he cared. He was not the Hades from mythology that held loyalty towards his family. He was something more, and they would come to regret treating him with contempt. He had long understood why Hera and Poseidon didn't want anything to do with him. It was all out of pettiness and arrogance. Just like in mythology, Rhea and Métis went out to find other titans who didn't like Cronus' rule and wanted to be free of him. There did not seem to be any differences in mythology. Fate was heavily at work here, it would seem. Métis, ever the planner that she was, tried to have all the siblings gather behind Zeus. She wanted Zeus to become the future king of the Olympians, and as his lover, she wanted to make sure all his siblings were fully behind that decision. She would try to make Zeus and his siblings get closer together by helping them train and showing them around. It did not work as planned though. At least not fully. Métis was a smart woman. She understood the characters that were the Olympians. Hestia had her love for her family and would support Zeus if it meant keeping her family together and happy. Demeter was most interested in harvest and crops. So that was something that was easily taken care of. Give her some land and show her new plants and she will be happy. She also did not have much drive outside her divinity. Hera was a problem. She seemed to be interested in Zeus and he in her as well. Zeus was a good-looking god. He was young, powerful, and most likely the next god king. But Métis was not happy with him spending time with her. But as long as she was in support of Zeus becoming the next god king, Métis would have to make do. Poseidon, well, he was young. He loved pretty women. She knew the type well. After all, she had helped raise one of those. Zeus managed to woo her and made her fall in love with him. Poseidon was similar to him and would be with Zeus as long as he could get pretty girls. Now Hades on the other hand. Métis was at a loss here. She did not know what to do about him. He did not seem to be interested in much and mostly kept to himself. He did not seem to be interested in becoming God King, but quiet waters are deep. And then there was this pressure and danger she felt from him. He was dangerous and the biggest hurdle standing in front of Zeus and his future throne. She had to somehow get rid of him. Métis was a smart woman and she made plans on how to get the Olympians to support Zeus and turn against Hades. She told Zeus about her fear of Hades and the power he held. She knew he would become wary of him and would start to treat him differently. Métis made sure though to tell Zeus to keep the others happy and make an effort. After that, things happened without her having to do anything. Zeus became paranoid and feared for his throne, which he didn't even have. He started to talk rudely with Hades at first. It was not much and Hades looked past it. He didn't care about Zeus. The less he had to talk to him the better. He despised Zeus and the other Olympians in his last life. He thought of them as apists and overall useless and petty. Zeus was just like his mythology counterpart. They would not be friends. As the months passed, Zeus got more and more confrontational, and whenever Hades had some moments alone with one of his siblings, he would come and interfere with their moment. It was seriously starting to get on Hades' nerves. Should this go on, Hades would give him a beating and punch his teeth out. But he knew that he would play into Métis' hands and make himself unpopular with every god and titan. So it was a last resort. The tension rose over the months and it seemingly exploded on a particular day. Everyone in Crete was having a moment of relaxation. The war was closing in and everyone involved knew it. An explosion shook everyone from their daydreaming. The island shook and a giant wave swept over a large part of it. Hades ran to the scene and saw his brother Poseidon running from the sea out of breath. He approached him and asked, "Poseidon, what is going on? Are you training here? Brother, help me. Oceanus is here to get me. He found us and it seems he is not happy." Hades narrowed his eyes. Why would Oceanus find them out of the blue? It was clear to Hades that Poseidon had to have done something. What did you do? Nothing. Tell me now. Heya. Okay, I might have met his daughter and we had intercourse. Nice of you to choose that word. So you found a daughter of Oceanus and thought that it would be best for you to sleep with her? Even though we are trying not to anger him? Please tell me that it was at least consensual. Yes. What? Hades got very mad at that moment. He had told his brother that there was nothing that he loathed as much as R***Pe. He was just about to let some of his aura out when others arrived. Zeus was the first, followed by all their other siblings, as well as their mother and other titans. Hades! What did you do? Don't you know what you have done? Hades was confused. What was his retarded little brother talking about? What are you talking about, Zeus? I did nothing. Our dear brother Poseidon, on the other hand. Silence. Don't try to shift the blame when it is clear that Oceanus is searching for the one who defiled his daughter. Poseidon would do no such thing. Hades.exe has stopped working. What? Are you brain dead? I don't even know where Oceanus' daughters are to be found. Don't you think it would make more sense that the god of the sea would be a much more likely culprit than me? Nonsense. It was you. I'm sure of it. Confess now. You will be punished and given to Oceanus. We cannot allow him to stand against us in this war. You will have to face the consequences. Hades took a deep breath. He clenched his fists hard and tried not to let this affect him. But my God, was it hard. This little prick was trying to frame him and badmouthing him. Maybe it is time for some late chastisement. He took a step forward and was just about to devour the little B***tch when someone stood in his way. What are you doing, Hestia? Please, brother. I am sure we can find a peaceful solution to this. Please help us. I know you are strong, you can stop whatever misunderstanding we have here. Are you joking? I am innocent, and as long as there is no hard proof you can't condemn me. I will not let this slide this time. Please, brother. I beg you, let this one go. For me, just this once. Hades looked at his eldest sister. He didn't even know her anymore. Well, actually he knew her perfectly well. This was not even that strange for her. Her divinity of family was annoying and he was just about to explode. Using all his willpower, he slowly nodded his head. He turned around and walked away. However, it seemed someone did not understand their situation very well. Before Hades had taken 2 steps, a hand on his shoulder stopped him from going further. You better take your hand off me, imbecile, before I make you eat it. Watch your tone, you sickly bastard. That did it. All the patience left Hades and he let go. He let go of his control and let out his aura. In an instant the vicinity got dark and the air started to smell disgusting. Death was all around and Zeus got the full brunt of the pressure. It felt like a shoe that descended on an ant. He was weak in the knees and powerless. Then it happened, a fist impacted with his face and broke all his teeth. A shockwave was felt after the punch had already met the face of Zeus. Zeus did not even understand what happened when he fell to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Another thing he didn't feel was that the moment Hades had unleashed his aura, the hand with which Zeus was holding Hades got cut off. Hades was holding said hand and walked towards Zeus. He picked him up by his hair and with one slow push, pressed the hand into Zeus' mouth. Hades pressed it far down for good measure and then let him fall back to the ground. I told you I would make you eat your hand, boy. As he looked around he understood. He understood that they would not believe him and that they would fear him now. He had just become an official outcast. That made him angry. So much time he had spent to change canon. All of that time wasted. But that was it. It was time for him to look for himself now. Flashback end. Mark my words, Zeus and dear brothers and sisters. Before this war ends and you will realize that there is no way for you to win without me, you will beg for me to come and help you. You will scream and cry and I will not hear you. I tried to show you the care you were not able to experience. I did more than I had to and this is how you thank me. Fine then. Have it your way. We will see how you fare without me. With a pop, Hades left the island of Crete. For the person who can guess where Hades went to, I will create a character with his name in the story. It is an anime/manga. That's all I'll tell you. Chapter 12, let us welcome Gojo Hadesu. Sadly no one managed to guess the world he was going to. I mentioned Hades wanting to understand the concept of infinity and therefore the limitless technique in the second chapter. It's okay though, as some got close in different ways. Some of the worlds he will travel to were named. I'll do this every time he will go to another world now. So after Jujutsu Kaisen, he will travel to a world that will benefit him very much. And as a tip, the thing he will acquire there works perfectly with one of his divinities. Those are the ones he currently has: death, underworld, wealth, and boundaries. Third person POV. Hades left Crete and was now sitting on another island. He didn't know the name, but it didn't matter anyway. He was only here to concentrate on his next task. He wanted to see whether he would manage this. The world he wanted to go to was the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. A world of Jujutsu sorcerers. A world where all the negative energy in the world gives birth to curses and also humans that can use this cursed energy to perform various techniques to kill them. Normal humans can't see curses, only sorcerers can do that. Hades wanted to do something very special. He wanted to have another reincarnation of sorts. Now hear me out here, dear reader. What he wanted to do in the Jujutsu world was mainly to study the Gojo clan's cursed technique, Limitless. Hades theorized that this technique held information about infinity, just as one aspect of Limitless was called. And not only that, but if it was not based on the concept of infinity, then it was probably based on math. And if he was very lucky, the technique used math to achieve infinity. And that was probably true if you could believe the wiki of JJK. We digress. So Hades wants to simulate a reincarnation. Meaning he wants to make it appear like he reincarnated, while in truth he simply performs the most aggressive and disgusting form of violation of privacy ever. He wanted to shrink his form back down to the Morala stage. This stage is a stage shortly before the nidation. Google it. This would essentially allow him to trick the body of the mother into believing that there have always been two embryos. The plan was very disgusting and we shall talk about this no more. Why did he want to get born into JJK this way? The reason was simple. First, he wanted to acquire the ability to use cursed energy. In the future, when he inevitably gets to rule the underworld, he will have access to so much negative energy and that will help him immensely to grow stronger. The second thing is that he wants to be integrated into the Gojo clan. There is no way that the clan would allow him to get the limitless technique and he would be hunted down should they find out he has it. Of course, he is not scared at all, but he plans to seal his power to allow for a smoother transition into the JJK world. He has understood that the stronger the world is, the more aware it seems to be. Therefore he would have to fight the will of the world. However. Yes, there is a however in there. RMC is a very special individual. His second wish states that he is immune to everything he would consider harmful. This makes him immune to the will of the world and makes it so that no matter how unlucky the world would try to make him, it would not work. No matter, Hades has respect for the worlds he travels to and respects them. He therefore seals his power, or at least 99% of it, and gets on the good side of the world. He is not interested in changing the course of the world in the slightest. He will probably be gone from here before Yuji eats Sukuna's finger, so he does not care anyway. Or maybe he will, just to witness Sukuna's open domain and create his own open one. Ideas. He will choose when the time comes and not bother with it now. So back to why he wants to reincarnate and not just pop up. 1. Get cursed energy. 2. Get into the Gojo clan and get their cursed technique, Limitless. Now for the final reason. He is very interested in the six eyes. There is a general hype for powerful eyes in certain circles. And he is not above admitting that he was also a fan of the six eyes. Apart from the Almighty from Juhabak, from Bleach, he likes them best. Of course, there are amazing powers you get from a fully evolved Sharingan, but it was just overused. The six eyes allow for almost perfect energy usage, and that is something Hades is interested in. Apart from all the other benefits it brings, like experiencing one moment like it was 1 full minute long. That is some dogshit hacks. Especially if you pair it with infinity. And Hades wanted to satiate his inner Chiyuni that did not die with his body. For all those who think his reasoning is stupid and he could just use his divinity of boundaries to get all those things, you would be correct. But it would mean that he would barge into the JJK world unwanted, force himself on the Gojo clan and then use a few seconds to get all he wants and then dip. Very interesting indeed, wow. But you forget another important thing. He is looking for a timeout. After enduring his family for millions of years, he has had enough and now looks for a change of pace. He promised them that they would beg for him to help them and he would make sure they would. They can't win the Titanomachi without him. Hades will not return the exact moment he left either. No, he will stay away for a few years, enjoy himself, experience new things and then come back and have them all beg him for help. And who knows, maybe he will go to another world right after Jujutsu Kaisen. Hades focused on the boundary that surrounds the Jujutsu Kaisen world. He prepared the sequence of moves necessary to arrive at the right time, at the right place and in the right place. With another pop, he left the DC universe and while transitioning from one world to another, he underwent changes. First, he sealed his power. He sealed 99% of his power, but he made sure that it would be unsealed on its own, in a moment of extreme distress. This meant that should he die, his second wish would automatically activate again and get unsealed, therefore making him immune to all negative effects once again. After he sealed his power, he shrunk his form. It looked like he went backwards on the evolutionary ladder. But instead of arriving at monkey, he got to the Morala stage. Finally, he focused on the exact place and time he wanted to be. This whole process didn't even take a moment in real time. And before he knew it, he lost consciousness. Hades POV. Oh, my gosh. I feel like I'm experiencing some drug or something. I can't formulate a coherent thought. Where am I? Did it work? Oh right. I'm inside my new mother, let us hope, she's at least better than my last one. Hard to believe that Rhea, who literally represents motherhood, shuns me because of who I am. Anyway, where am I? And I am talking about where in terms of weeks of pregnancy. I gained my senses, so 20th week? I don't know. Let us hope it is farther down. I don't know how long I can just stay like this. Ah, would you look at this foot that just impacted my face, who else could it be? Gojo Satoru. Haha, even inside his mother's womb, he already was an arrogant little shit, already making me smell his feet. Come on. How long till birth? I want out. Oh no. I just realized. I'm in for a few years of uncontrolled expelling. With my constitution and true heritage, I should be able to walk and talk in no time, but should I? I don't have the six eyes that Satoru will. That is of course because I don't have the cells of my new father and mother. I am still Hades just as a baby. This means that Satoru will gain all the attention and there is a real possibility that I will be left out of all things or just not given much attention. So if I showcase myself as a genius, there is a way for me to still stand next to Satoru, so to speak. I will sooner or later change my eyes to be the same as the six eyes. As soon as I have studied them enough and the brain of my dear brother, I will change my eyes and maybe give them a different color. If I think about the next world I will travel to and the thing I will get from there, a nice dark purple would fit, food for thought. Finally. I can hear screams and feel the contraction of the uterus. It is finally time to leave here. I am in the position to leave second, right after Satoru. And that is good this way. I am not planning to become the next clan leader as I will leave this world in the future. I have settled on showing that I am a genius on par with Satoru, who has the 6 eyes. I will eventually get them myself, but that won't matter in the beginning. So I will make sure to do the things that Satoru does, before he does them, to make sure I am just as much of a genius, even without the 6 eyes. Third-person POV. In a room of a traditional Japanese home, a woman was giving birth to her twins. These twins are very anticipated by the whole clan as they are the clan leader's children and the future clan leader will be among them. The environment in the clan is not like it would be in a family. Everyone is looking for his own benefit, and should the clan leader not have powerful children, then an elder of the Gojo clan could take up that position. After over 8 hours of labor, the twins are finally born and a commotion runs through the entire clan. One of the babies has the 6 eyes. No doubt about it. A genius was born on this day. And the clan leader is beyond happy about this. The limitless technique is very hard to do without the 6 eyes. So his son having it will mean that he will be able to perfectly use the technique. The younger twin does not have the 6 eyes and is probably destined to stand in his brother's shadow, but only we know that the younger will stand on equal grounds as his elder brother and will very soon rise above him. Welcome. Gojo Heidesu. Chapter 13, Growing Up. So there were 2 people who got the next world right. Congrats to those. I did make it quite easy this time. Another one will be this, the person who can guess from which world his love interest will be from. I will name one of his children after you. Ha 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 ha, that sounds so stupid. Hades POV. I must say it is a nice change of pace to relieve life this way. The reality of curses existing and the political bull crap creates pressure on young clan children. You have to make sure to be promising and that you may become powerful, otherwise no one will care for you that much. And I made sure to impress everyone. But more on that later. The first year of my new life was not as boring as I would have thought it would be. Of course, it was still me being a baby and not having much to do. But come on. Do you know who you're talking to? I am Hades, the oldest of the Olympians. I spent over 7 million years inside the stomach of my father, and 6 of those 7 million years were spent with my sisters and brother. There is nothing as bad as that. So 1 year of shitting and pissing my pants and not being able to talk and walk? That's lightweight. While I traveled down the esophagus, there was no one cleaning me when I pissed and shat myself. Now I have, well, not my mother, as she is the clan leader's wife, but maids to do that. I can actually feel the love my mother has for me. My father is the classical stern and demanding parent who expects his children to outperform everyone. If I were not who I was and was a normal child in the Gojo clan with a brother who had the 6 eyes while I didn't, that would have been a lot of burden to carry. However, I am me. So that much is nothing for me. Besides, I was just as much of a genius as Satoru was. Don't underestimate a godly mind whose limits have been removed a couple of times already. Though I could not see a moment like it was 1 minute long, I will get there soon. My mother showered me with as much love as she could. She was not able to show that much of it, because she had to keep appearances in front of the entire clan and whatnot. But at night, when no one was watching, she took me into her arms and spoke soothing words to me. Truly a wonderful feeling this was. My brother was a quiet child. It seemed that he understood how important he was, and those eyes already gave him unparalleled perception. He was smart. I was close to my brother and wanted to have a good relationship with him. Unlike my other brothers, I know that Satoru is very loyal to those he likes. I will make sure we are close. I just realized that I see him as my true brother. Interesting. I did not know how much I wished for one. Never mind. Now, after 1 year of being a baby in the Gojo clan in the Jujutsu world, You might ask, what have you done this whole time? The answer is simple once again. I trained. I could feel the cursed energy that flowed through me and many others. It was very small at the moment compared to my father. But compared to my brother, I had monstrous cursed energy. It was already becoming apparent that I was different, and my father had also noticed. I tried to get a feel for this new energy and try to move it around. I had some experience with energy control after my stay in the wizarding world. But magic energy or mana worked differently than cursed energy. But now, after almost 2 years of lying around and some crawling, I believe it is time to begin walking. Over these years I made sure to observe my brother and do the things he would be able to do a bit before he does. So when felt his intention of crawling, I did it first. This led to me being acknowledged by my father and mother. And now it is time for me to start walking, and talking can come a few months after that. It is important to keep appearances. Being too much of a genius will only make me an even bigger target. So patience is key. Thankfully I had tons of that. Training has begun. Hard to imagine a 5-year-old toddler starting to train and study. But things work differently here. Heidasu and Satoru Gojo are twin geniuses and need proper training and study to be ready for anything. Studying was easy for me. It was mostly the history of the Jujutsu world, the clan's history, some politics, other important clans, and of course curses and cursed energy. The training was mainly building a foundation for ourselves. This involved basic cardio and a few push UPS and sit UPS. But not too many, as that would stunt our growth. Satoru was quite a character. He was already on a high horse, and I understood that his fooling around in canon was just his way to have some fun, as he saw everyone beneath him. That is not truly arrogant, as it is the truth. This time though, there is me, and I am just as good as he is in all things. My hair is lighter than it was before coming here. It seems the Gojo clan's cursed energy that flowed through me during 9 months of pregnancy influenced my hair color quite a bit. Other than that, nothing changed. I started walking and talking before Satoru did, and secured my place next to my brother that way. But I was never arrogant about it. I made sure to spend as much time with my brother to play and talk, to show him that he is not alone. Being at the top makes you lonely, and I understood that being goofy and making fun of everyone was his way of coping with it. I managed to make Satoru smile. A genuine smile, and not one of ridicule when he pranked you. We got very close, even if he would never admit it. The time spent training and learning about cursed energy control has progressed enough for our father to teach us the Gojo clan technique, Limitless. I am very excited about this. I feel like a little kid. Well, I am a little kid. Our father stood in front of Satoru and me. We were currently inside the personal dojo that the clan leader could use. Listen up. Today I will show you the technique of our Gojo clan, the Limitless. You already know about it from your studies, but today you will see it and get my explanation and experiences with it. Limitless is an inherited technique passed down in our Gojo clan. It allows us to bring the concept of infinity into reality, allowing us to manipulate and distort space at will. Normally any member of the Gojo clan can hereditarily gain this technique. Only those who also possess the 6 eyes can truly master the power of the Limitless. Meaning that you Heidasu will probably have a very hard time mastering it and showcasing its true power and potential. The reason I am still teaching you with Satoru is just that you have shown that you are smart and talented, not unlike Satoru. I therefore give you this one chance after your mother asked me to. Should I see that you are not getting any result though, you will be excluded from training with Satoru and we will find someone else to train you. Now on to the details of the technique that you will have to know. There are 3 parts of Limitless. The first part is the neutral Limitless, called Infinity. Infinity is the base state of Limitless. From your studies, you know that you had to learn a lot of mathematics, and for a good reason. The reason is that the Limitless technique operates the same way convergent and divergent sequences do in mathematics. For example, 1/x is convergent to 0. It will never reach the x, or the y-axis, but it will come closer and closer. The same applies to infinity. The infinity is the convergence of an immeasurable series. Anything that approaches the infinity slows down more and never reaches the user. This is because the technique takes a finite amount of space between the two subjects and divides it an infinite amount of times. Take 1/x again. No matter how high x gets, the 1/x will never reach 0. Instead, it will be left with fractional units so infinitesimal it would become immeasurable to their eye. Infinity brings this concept into reality, so anything that attempts to penetrate this infinitely divided space will slow down to the point of appearing to stop completely. The next part of Limitless is called Cursed Technique Lapse, Blue. Blue is the cursed technique lapse of the Limitless, which increases the cursed energy output of the technique and generates the power to attract. This is achieved by amplifying the limitless and bringing the conceptual impossibility of negative distance into reality. A negative distance is not possible. There always has to be space, and therefore this forces the surrounding space to try and fill in the gap by pulling violently toward the source of the aforementioned impossibility, creating the magnetic-like effect. Offensively, you can use blue to constrict the space around a target and crush its appendages. It's also commonly used to destroy buildings or clear entire areas of any structures. But that takes a lot of cursed energy or marvelous cursed energy control. The last part of Limitless is called Cursed Technique Reversal, Red. Red is the cursed technique reversal of the Limitless, which reverses the effect of the strengthened technique and brings the divergence of infinity into reality, generating the power to repel. This is achieved by flowing reverse cursed energy into the power of the Limitless, creating a repelling effect rather than a magnetic one. This technique manifests as a small red orb that can unleash immense explosive force in an instant. The energy output of red is at least twice as much as the output of blue. Generating the reverse cursed energy needed for red is extremely difficult. It requires an even more complex manipulation of cursed energy than usual, making pulling off cursed technique reversal even more sophisticated than using cursed technique lapse. You must multiply your negative energy by negative energy to create positive energy, a simple concept that proves to be extremely difficult in practice. But if you manage it, it explains the output being twice as high as blue. Our father stopped for a moment to let us take all of this information in. It was a lot, but not really much for me or Satoru. For me, it was old news and I was eager to start practicing, and for Satoru, it was easy to follow and take everything in due to his 6 eyes. Our father nodded and then started to explain how our training would change from now on. Red was much harder to do than blue. We would start with the neutral version of Limitless, Infinity, and try to keep it up for as long as possible. After that we would continue with blue, and red would be something we had to figure out for ourselves, as we might not manage to do it before going to Jujutsu High. Chapter 14, Time Skip. Hades POV. I walk casually through the forest. Using my senses that I honed during these years, I am on the lookout for a special curse. It is a special curse not only because it is a special grade, but also because it has a very peculiar ability. It has been a while since I had an exciting hunt or fight for that matter. While I wait for something to happen, I take the time to reminisce about the last couple of years. It's been 12 whole years since the day I and Satoru started training the Limitless technique. Thinking back now, I can't help but smile. All those years in the stomach of my father, surrounded by self-absorbed siblings for millions of years, could not come close to even one day with my family in this world. My brother is a Brokon, through and through. There is no arguing that. And after getting over the strange new experience of someone caring about me and looking out for me, I started to enjoy it. It feels like this life in the Jujutsu world is for me to recover psychologically. I did not know that I had a problem, since my second wish probably didn't allow for me to be emotionally hurt. But now I realize how much I longed for some happy moments with a family member. This is a bit emotional, and that is also enough of that. After me and my brother started training the Limitless, I knew that I had to keep up with Satoru, or else my father would exclude me from participating in their training. I did not want that. Not only did I want to train with my brother to get stronger faster, as there is nothing quite like fighting a strong opponent to grow, but I also did not want to be left out like some second class. Object. I was not the only one who thought like that, thankfully. My brother was also not going to accept me not training with him. He was a completely different person when he confronted my father about this. He was almost cold and threatening. Haha, that was the day I understood that he was a bro-con. Of course, I made sure that I was just as good as Satoru. Our spars would help both of us tremendously and our growth was massive. I could understand how the 6 eyes was a cheat since Satoru never truly seemed to struggle with cursed energy like I did in the beginning. I'm using the word struggling very lightly here. I was in no way struggling as you would expect a child at any age to. My mind and overall talent were generous and allowed me to grow and understand the limitless technique very fast. The only thing that Satoru seemingly struggled with was the burden that the 6 eyes took on his mind. It was a buttload of information that he got in one moment alone, and without the reversed curse technique, reversal red, he had to close his eyes after usage and train his endurance and the time he could use them for. Otherwise, I would have had no chance in the beginning to win a fight against him. He was by no means weak without his eyes, but using lapse blue or infinity even was easier with the 6 eyes. Apart from the usual study that our father made us do and the training with Satoru, I also closely studied the 6 eyes and the limitless technique. The 6 eyes were a marvelous wonder of nature and I wanted to have them as well. But there was the weakness of stressing the mind. I had many ways to fix that. One was to use my power over boundaries to simply deal with it. I could remove the limitation that the 6 eyes posed and remove the backlash. I could increase my brain capacity to levels that would allow me to deal with the onslaught of information the eyes granted, etc. But I wanted to find a more creative way. In the future, when I leave this world, I will no doubt use my divinity of boundaries to not only make the technique more powerful and take it to new heights, but I would also remove more and more limits on my brain and eyes to make them stronger. But for now, there was another idea I had. An idea that I got, due to being a Chiyuni. I thought of a world that I would inevitably travel to Bleach. And there was a particular character that seemed to embody the word Chad. Kenpeki of Zaraki. The Giga Chad. This badass was so powerful that he had someone create a seal for him that sealed most of his powers. Why did he do that? Well, so that he could enjoy his fights. Indeed, that man was so strong, that he sealed his power to have more fun fighting. If that is not badass, I don't know what is. So the idea was for me to create a similar seal. I wanted to complete the Hades from Records of Ragnarok look and get myself the eye patch. And to help my problem, I would make the eye pack have sealing properties. Therefore I could temporarily seal my eyes when I was not in battle and not need a blindfold. After finding out what made the 6 eyes so different and their changes to the brains of the user, I was ready to change my eyes to the 6 eyes. The only way was to get them without appearing weird and making people ask questions. So I planned to have them miraculously awaken during a dangerous situation. A life and death battle with a curse that allowed me to tap into the Gojo clan's genes and activate the 6 eyes. Or at least that's what everyone would say and believe. The only thing I would need was the eye patch. But that came later. Apart from the 6 eyes, I studied the neutral version of Limitless Infinity. This beautiful piece of fiction was a banger. The author of Jujutsu Kaisen gave Gojo Satoru all the hacks. Such a powerful technique. The concept of infinity is hidden inside a clan technique. How marvelous! I spent years studying it and perfecting it for the time I would sadly have to leave this world. I gave it my all and went above and beyond. It was an amazing creation. I managed to improve upon it and make my use of infinity stronger. The finer details can be found with maths once again. I thought back to the explanation my father gave both me and Satoru. He spoke about the function 1/x. And he told us that no matter how big x got, it would never get to 0. And that was true. But then I asked myself another important question: what about the negative numbers? Or more importantly, what about 0? After asking myself these questions, I asked myself more and more. Do negative numbers mean that I can apply infinity in more than one way? What happens with it when x equals 0? Or the most important question of all, is any of this important? And the answer, my beautiful non-existent reader, is yes, it does matter and is important. I managed to find out, after experimenting and doing tons of maths, that infinity has more than just one side, where an object or anything simply slows down. Just like the function, I can create two sides to infinity, where I would never be able to hit something but everyone else can, and also the other way around. This might not sound important, but after applying both at the same time, this creates an infinitely small line or barrier in space where theoretically nothing exists. I had found the void. The absence of anything, nothingness if you will. And should I manage to weaponize this, well, let's just say that I could erase anything. But I am still nowhere near that yet. I am, however, at the stage that I can use the infinity, void, as I call it now, as a defensive measure. No one knows about this yet. I want to keep this a secret for now. I will tell Satoru though. I don't want him to suffer defeat at the hands of Sukuna or anyone else. Because using this technique, anything would just cease to exist. It might be a bit too overpowered for this world. I was still unsure of what happened with the energy that came into contact with it. It would take an infinite amount of time to hit it anyway, but should something cancel infinity out, there was still this void that erased anything out of existence. It was the perfect defense against domains. When it was time for Satoru and me to go to Jujutsu High, I dipped. I refused to spend my time in a school when there were curses out there that were so much stronger due to my birth. I did not even remember that little detail when I decided to go to JJK. But in canon, the curses got stronger after Satoru was born. And now imagine how much stronger and how many more there were after I was here. So I decided to do some garbage control and clean up while also seeing new places and feeling like I was on an adventure. I took on some jobs as a mercenary as the word got out of a strong sorcerer that struck at night and seemingly used the forces of the universe to defeat curses. I did not have any idea how such a rumor got out. And I didn't even understand what they meant with the forces of the universe. After digging a bit, I found out that I was apparently called the Gravity Sorcerer and that was later changed to, wait for it, Cosmic Sorcerer. Yet, the cringe I felt at that moment was immense and my day was ruined. However, after thinking about it, there were so many worse monikers and I should probably be happy about it. My brother has been making a name for himself in the entirety of the Jujutsu world. The strongest sorcerers in the making are some of the names that are thrown around. And for good reason. He is very strong already and is not even at his peak. We are 17 for heaven's sake. And before canon starts, I will make sure my brother will be even stronger. No reason to have him be defeated and not have his dream of a better Jujutsu world fulfilled. Satoru found a friend. Suguru Geto is the name. It is Satoru's classmate. He is strong as Satoru said. He told me about him and I understood that he sees Suguru Geto as someone who can stand next to himself. And that is saying something. Apart from me, no one will ever stand next to him in this world. Sukuna is a curse and doesn't count. And I will make sure that Satoru is far stronger than his canon self before they clash. Ring ring. That's my phone ringing. I take out my phone and have a look. It is a message from the mercenary app that I have. That's right, there is a mercenary app in this world. It works on complete anonymity and discretion. No one is known. The information is checked whether it is valid by the organization that hosts this app. So you can be sure that there are no scams posted. That is also the reason for my confusion when I see the new bounty and the people the bounty is placed on. Geto Suguru and Gojo Satoru, a bounty of 30 million yen. Dead. Now normally, it is not something special that there is a bounty on Satoru's head. Even one where he is wanted dead. There are so many bounties on my brother's head, since the moment he was born, that you can't count them. No, the reason why this is weird, is because my brother is named together with his best friend Suguru Geto. And they are both wanted dead. This seems very fishy and makes me think of something that happened in the story. I think it was called Gojo's past arc. And should my hunch be correct, then Toji Fushiguro has taken it upon himself to kill both Satoru and Suguru as well as the star plasma vessel. Only one way to find out. Chapter 15, Late? Only one way to find out. Ring ring. Ring ring. Asterisk ring R. Yo Satoru Hirii. Satoru, I heard that you reached the mailbox. Don't leave a message, I won't listen to it anyway. For CK's sake. I should have expected that. He changes that stupid message so often. Well, no matter. I'll just go there personally and see how my bro's doing. It's been a while since we fought after all. Might as well see whether he slacked off. I should finish my job first though. The only problem is that I don't know where this blasted curse is. There was talk about a curse that hunts at night and then hides during the day, like some vampire. It was said to have struck in one of the villages nearby last. And I chose this forest to either find it or wait until evening to find it. Now though I am unsure whether to wait, now. I still have time until Toji Fushiguro taps both Satoru and Suguru as well as Riko Amanai. So going by his knowledge, he still has close to a day until shit hits the fan. And the fight between Satoru and Toji should not even go the same way it did in canon. Satoru is stronger than he was in canon due to sparring with me a lot. Third-person POV. The hours passed and Hades was still waiting. He sat on a tree branch and tried to sense his surroundings while relaxing. When the sun set and the night began, Hades stirred from his half-awake state. It was now time to get to work. His plan was good but not foolproof. He chose this forest because it was close to a few villages where he thought the curse to be. But that did not mean that the curse had to hide in here. There were many other options. Still, he would wait and use a sliver of his divinity of death to feel whether someone died in the surrounding few kilometers. 21:53 was the time Hades felt it. Someone had died about 19 kilometers north of his location. That did not necessarily mean that it was the curse. People die all the time. But a very short time after the first death, he felt another and then another. That was not a coincidence. Without another thought, he focused on Lapis Blue. He had worked a lot on his teleportation. Having to clap your hands was a weakness in his eyes and he managed to get rid of that detail. Space twisted and filled itself again. Hades stood inside a village and stopped for a moment. He almost saw nothing. It was so dark around here that even his eyesight had difficulty seeing. But that was only because of his seal. Without wasting time he took it off and his 6 eyes activated. Time slowed down and gave Hades the time needed to understand the situation. The darkness seemed to spread from one location. And all around villagers were dying due to this darkness. Hades could feel the foul and toxic nature of this darkness. How ironic, a curse that specialized in darkness. Hades walked towards the curse and stopped a few meters in front of it. Normally he would just get this over with, but this mongrel had the gall to approach him with darkness that had some death elements to it. That just wouldn't fly. Hades felt disgusted. Like someone was using the towel you use to dry yourself after showering. That's quite the amount of cursed energy you're leaking. Don't you think that's enough? You're bothering these good villagers. You're strong, human. Oh, good test for me. You will despair by my blackness, hi. Did you have a stroke? Juck, and to think that you are using some part of my domain. Even if only the tiniest fraction, disgusting. It seemed like the curse did not like to be disrespected. It started to make strange gurgling noises and began to prepare for a move. Oh, you don't like my words? Probably a trauma then. Did your mommy not love you? Go figure. You have one of those, not even his mother would love, faces. Argh. The curse started screaming and throwing a fit like a retarded chicken. No matter. Hades waited for it to make the first move. Just like the animal he thought it was, the curse moved towards Hades. It ran on two legs and his arms started to darken until they were only two tendrils of darkness. The curse swung these dark tendrils towards Hades. Normally this attack would look stupid. Imagine trying to cut or damage someone with just dark tendrils that didn't even seem to be solid. However, Hades knew that this attack was not harmless, at least to others than him. He was very familiar with darkness and death. This attack would not even graze him. Hades did not act arrogant though. He dodged as if he could be damaged by the attack and decided to finish this fight fast. After dodging for a while, Hades slowly approached the curse and applied his technique Infinity, Void on his hand. Abusing the eradication property of this technique, he swiped his hand and used it similar to a knife. He felt less resistance than cutting through butter with a hot knife. With one clean strike, the curse lost its head and died. A quick and easy fight, just the thing he wanted right now. He still had to get back to Jujutsu High and see whether Satoru already fought with Toji. After writing a short report, that said he had exorcised the curse, he left. Normally you had to write a long and detailed report stating what happened and how you exorcised the curse. That was not for Hades. He usually just said that the curse was killed and the job done, and told the respective person to go check and see for themselves. This meant that payment took a while to arrive due to the people first having to check on things. Funnily enough, Hades, or his moniker more like, got famous due to that. The cosmic mage had no time to write yada yada. Hades didn't care about that. If anything, it sped up his payment as they were more prone to believe him than they were someone that was unknown. Focusing once more, Hades focused on the place he wanted to go to. It was imperative that you knew where you were going and had a route planned. There were other ways to use laps, blue to teleport, but that was the easiest in his eyes. He focused on Jujutsu High. He had been there before and knew its location. After a few seconds, he disappeared from the village. When he arrived at the border, he noticed that they were on lockdown. The security systems seemed to be active. That could only mean that Suguru Geto was already here together with Rika. Then our good friend Toji Fushiguro would not be far away either. Hades POV. Hades approached the barrier and put his hand on it. He was probably not registered, but right now he had no time to go the easy way. He would try and get inside or force his way in. Because if Toji was here already, then no one would know about it anyway and Rika was as good as dead. But maybe, just maybe, Hades still had some time to rescue her. He didn't know her and also didn't try to speed up his mission to get here, but when he had the chance he would try to save her. Well, no matter what, after he got through the barrier, he would automatically know what happened when he saw the surroundings. Satoru would go nuts and fire a big lapse, blue to clear the area. Suguru POV. We walked through the corridors of the tombs. Misato just left us and now I'm alone with Riko. After all that's happened, I don't know. She should be able to decide for herself, and I know that she probably. The way she said goodbye to Kuroi, We both come to a stop. We've arrived at Tenjin's territory now. We're in Tenjin-sama's territory now, I say as we both look at the tree. This is the foundation of the nation's key barriers, the main hall of the Tombs of the Star. Only those invited are able to enter it. Once you descend the stairs, pass through the gate and continue to the base of the big tree. Tenjin-sama will protect you until the assimilation. That, or we can turn back around and go home with Kuroe-san. Hey! When our teacher told us about this mission, Satoru and I already talked it over before we met you. I asked Satoru what we'd do if you refused the assimilation and he said, then the assimilation is off. I can only say that I wholeheartedly agree with him. We are the strongest. No matter what decision you make, we will guarantee your future. I look at her and can see her thinking about it. I can see her unwillingness to leave everything behind. But I need her to say it. I need her to truly say that she doesn't want to go through with this. Then she starts to cry and says it out loud. Her feelings. I want to be with everyone longer. I want to go to all kinds of places with everyone. I can only smile at that and reach out my hand. Let's go home, Riko-chan. Bang. Chapter 16, Does It Matter? I couldn't resist myself. I had to post another one. It was funny to me to write this. I hope you enjoy. Suguru POV. I want to be with everyone longer. I want to go to all kinds of places with everyone. I can only smile at that and reach out my hand. Let's go home, Riko-chan. Bang. Time slows down to a crawl. I see a red cloud, a headband falls to the ground and I see Riko's head shoot to the side. Her body falls to the ground slowly. And then, an arm, a body, someone appears and catches Riko's body before it falls to the ground. What? All this happens before my mind can catch up. When I realized what happened, someone stood in front of me with Riko in his arms. With one arm he holds her and with another, he touches her head. Just as I want to attack, I get to see the man's face and realization overcomes me. I've seen that face already and know who it is. Heidasu Gojo, Satoru's brother, is standing there, seemingly trying to stop the bleeding on Riko's head. My mind tries to piece things together and the loud shot I heard comes to mind. The wound on Riko's head and her falling down. Someone shot her. But who? When I turn around I see someone standing at the entrance of the tomb. But why is he here? Where is Gojo? Okay, the job's done. It was a good show, but a job is a job, you know, the man says. Why are you here? The man does not seem to understand what I am asking him and looks at me with a puzzled expression. And then he understands and smiles. Because I killed Gojo Satoru, of course. What? Surprised? Is that so? Die. I just blank out for a second and attack him. Third person POV. Suguru summons his rainbow dragon curse and attacks Toji with it. It lunges at Toji, who just looks at the attack coming and does not retaliate. He takes the hit and they smash through multiple walls. The rainbow dragon pushes him into the air, and while flying Toji simply responds by nonchalantly firing off several bullets at Suguru, who manages to block the 3 shots. The amount of swag dripping from Toji is palpable and makes the narrator question who to root for. Cough. Suguru is able to block all the shots fired from Toji's handgun with a squid-like curse while Rainbow Dragon crashes into the wall. Toji avoids the curse and continues revealing his hand. He possesses a cursed spirit that can store objects and shrink itself within its own body so Toji can swallow it. This keeps it invisible, allowing Toji to pass through the barriers with cursed tools. That was also the reason why they weren't able to sense him when he came through the barrier and stabbed Gojo in the back. The katana was a regular weapon. If it were not, then Satoru would have had his infinity active and the surprise attack would not have worked. So instead of going for the immediate kill of Riko, Toji decided that Satoru was the bigger threat and created this plan. When Toji was finished explaining about his dear inventory curse, the curse suddenly shivered. Toji looks at the curse and then looks around. Not seeing anything, he simply shrugs and looks back to Suguru. Who knows why the curse shuddered, but I guess it doesn't matter, we'll find out soon enough. Suguru is not amused by Toji's monologue and demands he shut up. Suguru then asks how Toji managed to follow their group without having left any residuals behind. Toji reveals that his 5 senses are enhanced enough to use traditional tracking methods on them. Suguru's last question is about Kuroa's fate, but Toji says she's lucky if she survived. Suguru tells Toji to die once again and sends Rainbow Dragon at him. Toji blocks the dragon with his soul-splitting katana, a cursed tool he took out of the inventory curse. The soul-splitting katana is an amazing cursed tool. It is a large Japanese broadsword with a furred tsuba and a dark handle. It bypasses physical toughness and cuts directly at the soul, making it a weapon to be truly feared. The fight continues with Toji being a total badass and seemingly loving every second of it. He dodges curses left and right and blocks with the soul-splitting katana. While he has high altitude, he turns the direction of the fight around and finally attacks the rainbow dragon. Coupled with Toji's physical talent, the soul-splitting katana is able to cut through any of the curses Suguru sent his way. Before the dragon-like curse can even react, Toji slices it in half, exorcising it in an instant. Suguru gets on top of one of the buildings to create space. Surprised, Toji was able to exorcise his curse with the hardest skin with ease. Toji recognizes the technique as curse manipulation and calls it a bunch of rubble. Suddenly, Toji gets caught inside a domain by Kukasei Kana, an imaginary vengeful spirit. This locks him into a binding vow that can't be broken until he answers her question. Kukasei Kana asks if he thinks she's pretty, but his smug response only angers her and she screams. I mean, he had to expect that response from what you can only assume to be a female curse. Just answer the question, man. You learn that from your father pretty early in life. A pair of scissors suddenly appears in her hands and larger forms of the blades instantly appear ready to shear off his limbs. A line of blood appears behind the left ear of Toji. The sorcerer killer, with his unimaginable speed, takes out the inverted spear of heaven from his inventory curse and uses it to deflect all the blades with incredible speed that surprises the spirit. The inverted spear of heaven is a special grade cursed tool with the ability to completely nullify cursed techniques on contact. It uses an imbued cursed technique fueled by foreign cursed energy. He used this to force the stoppage of the infinity technique, completely bypassing the nearly impenetrable limitless. Using this hack, Toji Fushiguro was able to kill Satoru Gojo. But whether he truly killed him, we shall see. Back to the almost finished fight, Toji does not even turn around when he finds Suguru to stand behind him. There is nothing for Toji to fear in close quarters and he officially calls this fight over. Suguru flips that on Toji and in a last-ditch effort attempts to absorb his inventory curse. The curse manipulator believes he can take the curse and eliminate the weapon's cache, giving him some sort of advantage. However, Suguru is repelled and Toji tosses the inverted spear of heaven in the air, draws his long sword from his cursed spirit's mouth and slices both Suguru and Kukasei Kana several times. The cursed spirit is instantly exorcised and blood spills viciously from Suguru's slashed chest. Before a moment has even passed, Toji catches the inverted spear of heaven and knocks Suguru unconscious by smashing his face with it, effectively ending the fight. Toji walks over to the body of Riko and takes her with him. He still has a job to do after all. Wouldn't want to not get his money after all that effort. But now that he thinks about it, where is that man that stood over Riko? Did he leave after he couldn't heal her? Or was he waiting to ambush him? He thought for a moment and then shrugged again. No matter what it was, he would get his money now. Carrying her body, he brings Riko's corpse back to the House of the Children of the Star as proof of his success. The members of the Time Vessel Association are unbelievably happy at first and look at the body while one of them happily offers Toji extra money for all his troubles. But then... what is this? What are you trying to pull here, Toji Fushiguro? Are you trying to trick us? Do you take the Time Vessel Association fools? Toji has no idea what they are talking about. What are you talking about? He takes a look at the corpse and then notices it too. That is. This is not Riko Amanai. This is not the target we told you to kill. Are you trying to cover up your failure and take our money? This is outrageous. Toji does not say anything and simply thinks about this. It is very untypical of him not to notice something like this. Was there a swap? The sorcerer. Did he take her body with him to not have him get his money? Just for spite? But where did the body come from? It seemed like someone was going to die. Hades POV. I breathed out the air I was holding in. It is surprising, really. I was not planning on cutting it this close. Hee hee. Imagine my surprise when I forced my way in only to find the entire area destroyed by what had to have been Satoru's lapse, blue. Without even checking on my brother, I sped towards the tombs. There was no time to waste here, and who cares about canon when you could manipulate boundaries? I was F***ing Hades, it was time I began to act like it. F***ck the consequences, I was going to change things for the better. I felt for Suguru's or Riko's energy, as I knew that Toji would not have any cursed energy. I trained myself to feel presences without cursed energy, but to truly perfect it, I would have to go to One Piece. Haki was a great technique to have, and I wanted to use it. I blitzed through the corridors and arrived behind Toji Fushiguro just as he aimed his gun. The 6 eyes were activated and everything slowed down. The bullet slowed down. I reached out with my left hand. I activated blue on the bullet, trying to stop its advance and pull it back. The bullet hit her skin. Giving no resistance, the skin gave way, as did the temporal muscle and the skull. Before the skull was fully penetrated, though, I managed to lock on the bullet, thanks to my control, and stop it from advancing. Due to the dangerous area it was in, though, I did not pull it out yet. I made sure that it lost all of its momentum and teleport next to her. I caught her before she could fall to the ground and held her up. With my other hand that was still using blue, I held her temple. I could not do it like this and would need to lay her down. Thankfully the idiots started their fight and left me alone to do what I had to. It was important to fool Toji for a short while. I didn't waste any time and lay her down on the ground. My left hand was still using blue, and now that I had full concentration on my task, I began to pull the bullet out. I had to hurry, she was still bleeding quite heavily, and head injuries always bleed much. After I got the bullet out, I immediately used reverse curse technique to heal her. I don't know whether she carries any lasting damage, we shall see about that, but she would live for sure. The other 2 were still fighting, and it does not look like Suguru Geto is going to win this fight. I mean, you can't win when boss music starts to play and the other guy just slices through one of your strongest curses. I could do something to make this even more fun. Hehe, I know. Let us go to some morgues. I used the time I had to go search for a woman that looked somewhat like her. Oh my, I was not thinking about the problems it would cause when I asked the woman that worked there whether she could change the clothes. Anyway, I managed to swap out the 2, and I mean, if you look closely you understand very quickly that it's not the same woman, but who am I to judge? Maybe it works and I get a laugh out of it. Present time. I got a laugh out of it. To see the reactions of those time vessel freaks and Toji's angry expression was hilarious. What? You have to learn to enjoy the small things. Now for the grand rematch, and eventually for my prize. I saw when Toji took out his inventory curse and was filled with greed. I would take that as well as all the goodies that were inside. Those were some good weapons and tools that I could study until the time I would come back. Those weapons had potential, and if I learn how they are made and then improve upon them, I have weapons that could kill gods. And there you have it, folks. I used Wiki for this chapter, and I think you notice, it's the fight. And yet it was quite fun to write this chapter. After the fight was over I could do what I wanted, and using my willpower, I managed to push the reveal of her surviving till the end for a cool reveal, at least to me. Also gave you some foreshadowing. Chapter 17, The Honored One. Toji POV. Toji Fushiguro was not happy right now. This guy stole his kill and was now probably going to sell her and gain the money he was supposed to have. He worked so hard for this, and now it was all for naught. Well, it was not all for naught. After all, he killed Gojo Satoru and... Wait. Gojo Satoru, was there not another Gojo that the Zenin clan knew of that might also become dangerous? That's right. Gojo Satoru has a twin brother, Gojo Heidasu. It was said that he also had talent even though he did not have the 6 eyes. He put it off as unimportant news. No Gojo clan member would be able to use Limitless without the 6 eyes to its full potential. But now, that man also had white hair and the stature was a similar if not buffer. So that means, Third-person POV. Toji walked out of the association building. The sun blinded him for a moment and he shielded his eyes with his hand. When he looked forward he saw something that surprised him. There standing in front of him stood Gojo Satoru. He had blood over his hair and clothes but otherwise, he was fine. And he was smiling as well. What was going on? Hey! It's been a while, said Satoru when he looked up and saw Toji. The smile never left his face. For real? He asked. Not being able to believe what he saw just now. For real, real, answered Satoru. He brushed his hair away and showed his scar. I'm alive and kicking. Toji had an angry look on his face when he understood what happened. Reversed curse technique. Bingo, said Satoru and began to explain. When you stabbed me through the throat, I gave up on counterattacking and poured all my focus on the reversed curse technique. Cursed energy is negative energy. While it can enhance the body, it can't regenerate it. So you multiply that energy by itself to create positive energy. That's the reverse curse technique. Easier said than done though. I hadn't been able to do it up until now, myself. And I couldn't understand anything that one person who could do it said. While Satoru was explaining the reverse curse technique, Toji was observing him. He's babbling on and on. He's high. That's correct. Gojo Satoru was currently in an epiphany high. His euphoria made him laugh like a maniac. But I finally managed to grasp it on the verge of death. The true essence of cursed energy. Satoru was still looking at the sky while he was monologuing. The reason why you're going to lose is that you didn't cut off my head and because you didn't use that cursed tool when you stabbed me in the head. I'm going to lose? Asked Toji whilst taking out the inverted spear of heaven off his inventory curse. Our fight is just getting started. Oh? Is it? Yeah. Maybe so. Toji cowered down a bit and then attacked. He sped up and tried to cut Satoru from below. Satoru did not even look at the attack and simply dodged to the left. Toji, unperturbed by this, uses his momentum to spin around. He changes his grip on the inverted spear of heaven and swipes at Satoru. Toji unloads a powerful left swing, but when the swing ends, he doesn't see Satoru. Satoru was able to avoid this by teleporting away and then levitating in the air, upside down. Toji notices Satoru behind him. Satoru looks at his adversary with wide unfocused eyes. It looks like Gojo is not really present in this fight. It seems as if he is having an epiphany. Satoru points two fingers at Toji and uses the same concept of a reverse cursed technique and flows the reverse cursed energy into the limitless cursed technique reversal, red. Satoru shoots red from the tip of his fingers as a tiny red ball of energy. Still this tiny ball, red, sends Toji flying across the nearby area clean through another building, shooting up a cloud of rubble. The only way he is avoiding lethal damage is by blocking red with the inverted spear of heaven. Toji looks up and grins. His fighting spirit is ignited and he is not out for the count. Satoru, on the other hand, is just levitating horizontally and looking at the sky. It seems that the high he is on right now is giving him quite the kick. He looks unbothered by anything right now. Toji gets up and stretches to check for any broken bones as the inventory curse wraps back around his body. No bones are broken, thinks Toji. He is currently using the time he is stretching and Satoru is doing something to go over everything he knows about Satoru and the Limitless technique. That shockwave was an application of Limitless, the cursed technique reversal red, hey? So he poured the positive energy created by the reverse curse technique into the Limitless technique ingrained into him. Toji showed his tactical mind. He was not only a brute but also a very brilliant tactician. That became apparent in the way he prepared his prey, that was Riko Amanai, and even took out both Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto. 1. Power to stop, the neutral application of the Limitless technique. 2. The power to attract, the amplified application of the Limitless technique, blue. Toji takes out the chain of 1,000 miles from his inventory curse. He connects it to the end of the inverted spear of heaven. This chain is a cursed tool that can keep extending as long as the user doesn't allow the back end to be visible. Now imagine if he uses this chain together with his inventory curse. Toji hides the end of the chain in his curse's mouth. He connects the inverted spear of heaven to this endless chain to create a Kusarigama-like weapon, allowing him to use the inverted spear of heaven as a range weapon. And 3. The power to repel, the reversal of his cursed technique, red. Having connected the end of inverted spear of heaven to his chains, Toji begins to swing it and finishes his thoughts with a smile. Those are all things I can handle. As the chain spins faster and faster, Toji feels like something is off. He looks at Satoru in the air and sees him with his strange smile. But suddenly Gojo looks at Toji and notices him. Something's off, Toji once again states in his mind. But he decides that it is fine. He ignores his uneasy feeling. I will kill you. Swinging the chains like crazy, he finally sends them towards Satoru, for whom things turn slow and easily dodges the cursed tool in the air. Bringing the chain back, Toji tries to strike Satoru with a swipe coming from the right. Satoru does not care as he once again simply leans back and lets the weapon fly above him. Satoru's mind is not in the game right now. He stares into the sky. Sorry, Amanai. I'm not even angry over you right now. I bear no grudge against anyone. It's just that the world feels so wonderful right now. Satoru takes an upright position in the air and smiles. He then proudly proclaims as if he was Buddha. Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. Toji uses the chain to tear apart the ground, creating a wave of debris that forces Satoru higher in the air. Suddenly, the inverted spear of heaven appears from the dust cloud at the same height as Satoru. The sorcerer killer swings the chain, sending the cursed tool directly at Satoru, who isn't moving quickly enough through the air to avoid it. Satoru is deep in thought. The merit of having a technique that's passed down for generations is having a user's manual. The demerit is that information about the technique is easily leaked. You were a member of the Zenin clan, weren't you? Satoru understands that the reason Toji Fushiguro knows so much about his technique is due to his birth. He was born to the Zenin clan and had access to a lot of information. The inverted spear of heaven is fast approaching from behind Satoru. He brings his right hand in front of his face and focuses. However, even in the Gojo clan, only a scant few know about this. Time seemingly stands still. Satoru focuses on his technique. He focuses on the last part that almost no one knows of, even in the Gojo clan. Take the amplified and the reversal. Then smash together those two different expressions to infinity to create and push out imaginary mass. Imaginary technique, purple. Satoru with his awakened Limitless unleashes a purple wave of imaginary mass that erases everything it touches into nothingness, hollow technique, purple. Toji's entire left side of his torso is hit by hollow technique, purple, instantly breaking his metal chain and ending his offense in one motion. Toji realizes that he should have run away since he wasn't getting paid to fight anymore anyway. The reason why he didn't run away was his grudge towards the Jujutsu world. He couldn't let go of that grudge and understood at that point he had already lost. Disappointed, Toji looks down as the eviscerated left section of his torso drips blood profusely onto the ground where his severed arm lies. Satoru arrives in front of him and asks, "Any last words? In a few years, my son will be sold off to the Zenin clan. Do with that what you wish." And just before dying, someone else makes an entrance. My. What a performance that was. Truly you had your rematch, brother. And what glorious results. You awakened Limitless and proclaimed yourself to the Honored One. I must say I am not so sure about that title though. The two fighters look to see Heidasu walk towards them with a young and an elder woman walking closely behind him. Gojo and Toji both widen their eyes, not believing what they are seeing. Ariko? But how? It was Gojo-san that did it. He saved me and healed me. I am very thankful for that. What's more, he saved Misato. It was nothing. The least I could do after you grew on my brother so much, right? To What are you talking about? That's not. Yeah. Anyway, now that you are going to die, good sir. You won't mind that I take this lovely curse that holds your entire arsenal of weapons, do you? Toji, who had not died yet, miraculously, did not say anything and only looked at the new addition to the field. He recognized him as Hades Gojo, the brother of Satoru. How did you do it? You will die, and that is what you want to know. How are you doing this anyway? Well, obviously. With magic. Everyone present deadpans at him and he coughs. Let's just say that I have a special affinity with death and am prolonging yours ever so slightly to have a talk and tell you that I will be taking your inventory curse. So now that that is taken care of, toodles. Well, now that the sorcerer killer is dead, it seems like there is only one thing left to do now, Hades states, and he looks at Satoru. Here. Of course. No time like the present. And while we are at it, might as well make sure that as many of the association freaks die as possible. Only as collateral damage, of course. You're right, we would never kill innocents. So then, you ready? Satoru doesn't get into a fighting stance. He is seriously overestimating himself right now. But he will understand this very soon. Just one chapter to go, and that chapter will pretty much only be the two brothers fighting. After that, Hades will continue his journey. Oh, you didn't actually believe he would go back to help his siblings in the war just yet, did you? No. First, he will make a stop to meet a fellow death entity, so to speak. This person has something for him and it will help Hades tremendously. Chapter 18, Another One? Greetings. A quick note here. I have decided to change his love interest. Now this might get on your nerves, but I think I found a better match. The other one would have come from Fairy Tail. The reason why I am changing it is because, and this is the hint, I saw her just yesterday and thought that she would be a much better fit with Hades. And if given the chance would become very powerful. The author finally gave her some justice and I am more than happy about that. Hades attacked first. He knew that Satoru had almost endless patience in the state he was in right now. He would not attack, so Hades had to make the first move. He rushed at him and delivered a basic attack. Gojo dodged it. Hades used a strong cross, but it was left unanswered by Satoru. He simply dodged again. Hades went through the motions. One after the other series of moves came from him and aimed to hit Satoru, or to at least get a reaction out of him. But it was not meant to be. Satoru simply dodged, and he did all that with a relaxed smile on his face. Other than a weaker man, Hades didn't get angry or frustrated. On the contrary, he was intrigued. This was entirely unprecedented in any of the spars they had over the years since they were 5 years old. Satoru always had to block and would have to retaliate to get some pressure off him. But right now he was unbothered. Unbothered by any of Hades' attacks and unbothered by anything. Hades saw it in his eyes. The look in his eyes was not one of arrogance but simply understanding. Gojo Satoru was enlightened. He saw the world differently and had transcended from his last level. He grew to an unimaginable stage for a human. It was not like a human could not grow to that level, but it was unthinkable for anyone to get there at his age. He was only 17 years of age at the moment. Truly remarkable. Hades also wished to gain enlightenment. Should he reach enlightenment, he would experience something completely different than Satoru did. He already saw the world differently than humans and was therefore far above them, but Satoru climbed the ladder of power very fast today. Understanding that the current way was not getting anywhere, Hades upped his speed and perception. He was not yet using the 6 eyes. He only wanted to use the power he had worked for in this world. He wanted to push himself and also gain enlightenment. As he got faster and faster, Satoru noticed this as well. He was not expecting his brother to be capable of such speeds. After they fought for almost 5 minutes, Satoru finally blocked for the first time. You have gotten strong, brother. Indeed I have. Do you think you're the only one that is strong? No, but I'm the strongest. Then the 6 eyes are not truly working if you say that. Hades punched with his right hand. Satoru reflected his fist and used his own right hand to uppercut Hades. Hades performed a Spartan kick but had to take the uppercut to the face. The two got a little space between themselves. After they looked at each other, Satoru initialized the next attack this time. He came at Hades with top speeds never seen before in their fight. One after the other fist impacted Hades' face and chest. Blocking a jab, he was hit with a cross, and when he was about to fly away by the force of the punch, Satoru grabbed his arm and pulled him close again. Another barrage of punches rained down on Hades, and while he tried to defend, it was no use. The way he was now could not contend with his brother. With the last right hammer, Hades flew back and his body impacted with the wall. Clink clink. Some small pieces of Hades' eye patch fell to the ground and made clinking sounds. His seal was removed and he would now fight with the 6 eyes himself. This would also mark the moment that they would use cursed techniques. Now it was on. Satoru was waiting for Hades to recover. This was not a fight to the death, so he would not initiate an attack when Hades was down. Hades looked up and got up from the ground. He was not happy right now. This was not going the way he wanted. It was not that he was on the losing side, no, it was the fact that he was still this weak. Hades knew that he was sealing over 99% of his true power to fit into this world. And the fact that he got this strong in the JJK world without any of his divinities was impressive, and yet it was not enough. He wanted more. There was this urge inside him that pushed him on. Something primal wanted him to grow stronger and break out of his limits. It was like an itch that you can't scratch but amplified by 1 trillion. Hades attacked again. This time his pattern was strangely jumbled up. The martial arts he was taught and trained in were not used correctly anymore. He was fighting weird. Satoru was confused about what was going on. But he did not bother to find an answer to this. He simply used the opportunity that Hades gave him and exploited all the mistakes he made. Brutal punches and kicks impacted Hades' body. The more damaged Hades got, the more hectic his attacks got. He was turning into a beast whilst fighting. But he didn't seem to be fighting only Satoru. He seemed to be fighting something else. It looked like he was fighting some form of restraints. Satoru punched Hades brutally but was not able to penetrate infinity. He used blue to pull Hades towards him and disrupt his infinity. Using that moment, Hades performed a red that he fired in front of him, making Satoru abandon his plan and dodge out of the way. Before he could attack anew though, another red came towards him. He teleported a distance away and prepared a red of his own. His red seemed to be more refined than the one of Hades. Courtesy of having understood the true nature of cursed energy. Hades understood cursed energy as well, thanks to his enhanced brain, but Satoru understood it on a metaphysical level. He truly became the honored one. Understanding that his red would lose to Satoru's, Hades used blue right in front of him and waved it to the side. This led to blue derivating red from its flight path and missing Hades. The fight continued with both sides trying to disrupt the other's infinity by using red and blue. But neither of them had yet to use purple. Unlike Satoru, Hades was able to perform this technique even before awakening Limitless. But they would not use it as it was an almost sure kill technique. The fight went on and the surroundings were in shambles. Hades had lost all sense of reason and was only acting on instinct. He used techniques better and better the longer the fight went on. The more damage he suffered, the better he got as using reversed curse technique, and in turn made his red stronger. Hades got more and more immersed in the fight. He completely lost himself in the fight. He got faster, his movements smoother, and his body seemed to react on its own. What happened was something very special. It was comparable to what happened to Saitama in the manga One Punch Man. Saitama wanted to become so strong that he could defeat monsters with one punch, and he pushed himself so much that he removed his limiter and got to that point where he could one-punch monsters. Hades was experiencing something similar. Hades' being was not complete, so to speak. He is a mix of his past human emotions and experiences and Hades, the Greek god. This results in him limiting himself to a big degree and stunting his growth. But in this moment when he was fighting Satoru, his primal instinct, the core of his being started to act up. All his divinities started to move and revolt against the seal that was put on them. And in the center of it all was his divinity of boundaries. It began to revolt and got angry that there was something that dared to try and seal it. And then it happened. During the fight, Hades' divinity of boundaries experienced one massive progress and transcended its last level of proficiency. As if possessing a consciousness of its own, the divinity acted on its own and began to right the wrongs that Hades had. Hades' consciousness began to truly fuse with his new body, the limits he placed on himself mentally and physically were lifted, his body, mental and soul limits were shattered and a transformation began. All this happened while the two brothers were fighting. Due to these changes, Hades experienced a similar high, just as Satoru had. Only that his high was trillions of times more extreme. Everything started to make sense, it all looked so beautiful and easy for him. Without thinking, Hades and Satoru found themselves in the air facing each other. They looked at each other with big smiles on their faces. Like they rehearsed this, they both spoke at the same time. Throughout heaven and earth, we alone are the honored ones. Throughout heaven and earth, we alone are the honored ones. Hades took a similar position as Satoru did and used the last technique of Limitless, which is only usable when it awakens. And once again, as if they practiced this before. Imaginary technique, purple. Imaginary technique, purple. Both said at the same time and released purple against each other. When these two imaginary masses collided, the world truly stood still for a fraction of a moment. And then everything turned chaotic. Space-time got erased in the vicinity. In desperation, the world tried to correct this and desperately tried to fill the void that had been created. This resulted in a big black hole that sucked everything in that was in the immediate vicinity, sucking in both Satoru and Hades. Where are we? Chapter 19, Explanation and Next World. We are in the void. A place that exists between dimensions and worlds. I don't understand, Satoru was confused. This went beyond what the six eyes or his epiphany granted him. But it did not go beyond what the new Hades understood. His epiphany granted through the transcendence that he experienced allowed him to understand what had happened. We are between realities, so to speak. Normally it would be impossible to get back, but can we? You know how then, don't you? Why do you think so? You were always different, Hadesu. I understood that the moment I laid eyes on you. You were always smart enough and strong enough to keep up with me, but not enough to surpass me. At first, I could accept it and thought it was just that way in some cases. But you seemed to always be tying with me in all things. I thought that you may just be far too smart for everyone and are trying to make me feel better, but then I understood something. You were probably never truly a baby in mind and soul but only body. What are you saying? You are only 17 years old in body but not soul or mentally. You are a reincarnated. Hades was surprised that Satoru figured it out, but thinking about his epiphany and growth it was understandable. Hades sighed. You're right. I was not born the first time that day. It was like this. The brothers spent a while inside the void. It was mostly Hades telling Satoru about his life as Hades and his experience as a Greek god. He told him about his family and his decision to leave them and travel to other worlds. Surprisingly, Satoru was not angry at him for abandoning his family. In his eyes, they were not his family at all and therefore Hades had no responsibility towards them. Hades explained that he truly thought of Satoru as his brother and told him that he would like to take him with him to experience adventure in other worlds and live with him and find happiness and someone worthy in other worlds. I would love to come with you, brother. It's just that I feel like there has to be a change in this world. And I can't leave before that change has been achieved or at least initialized. I apologize, but I have to decline. There is nothing to apologize, Satoru. I expected this response from you. I will simply come again when you have achieved what you want and train the young ones that you think have the power to change the Jujutsu world. But remember this, should you have slacked off when I return, as the elder brother I will have to punish you. I am the elder brother. Nope, I am. You know how much older than you I am. That doesn't matter how old you are. I laid eyes on this world before you did. Therefore I am the elder brother. Well, technically I also laid eyes first on the world as I was actually able to open my eyes. Well, I didn't have to open my eyes to see. That's how those who are born with the 6 eyes do things. Did you just? Indeed. Well then. How do we leave here? We will not leave. You will. So you're not saying goodbye to everyone? What about that curse that you took from Toji? Well, I have it here. Hades touched his belt and the belt transformed back to the hideous form from before. I made it into a belt. That way I can take it with me wherever I go. I might make some adjustments to it though. I'll do an upgrade. Well then this is goodbye. No, this is see you later. The two brothers embraced each other for a while and then Hades concentrated on his powers of boundaries. They had unlocked themselves on their own together with all his other powers. With a flick of the wrist, a wormhole opened that led back to the Jujutsu world. Use infinity, then you should be able to withstand the forces inside the tube. Thank you, brother. See you later. See you later, Satoru. And then, Satoru left the void, leaving Hades all by himself. It was time for him to move on for the time being. He knew that he would come back here for a quick stop to take Satoru with him, but for now, he would leave and get something that he truly believed would fit him perfectly. He planned to go to a world that came from a manhwa in his last life, called Solo Leveling. He liked the story very much, as well as the drawings. Now, Hades planned to go there for a very particular reason. He wanted to acquire the powers of the Shadow Monarch. It was as simple as that. He knew that the monarchs planned to invade the human world, and the rulers used the cup of reincarnation to turn back time 10 years, more than once. But no matter what they did, it always resulted in failure. That was Hades' window. He wanted the powers of Ashbourne, the Shadow Monarch, and would go to that world to acquire them. But he wasn't sure whether he wanted to appear as a human and then get the system from the architect and Ashbourne's power, or whether he should just approach Ashbourne himself and have him give him his power. The problem with asking Ashbourne for his power is that he would probably refuse, and that would be a problem for Hades. Hades was certain that he wanted that power and that he would get it. This meant that if Ashbourne did not willingly give up his powers, Hades would have to take them by force, which would not be as easygoing as he desired. The positive aspect of acting like a human and then obtaining the powers was that he would witness interesting things and wouldn't have to exert much effort to acquire them. Truly, it was a difficult decision for him, but he would leave it to chance to decide. First, he had to find the world, and then he would need to get there. After that, he would see what happens once he arrives in that world. If the rulers and monarchs noticed him, he would opt for the direct approach and speak with Ashbourne. If they didn't notice him, he would create a human body for himself and then wait for the opportunity to acquire Ashbourne's powers. As a human, Hades would choose a time before Jin Woo becomes a hunter. He would also instill his human body with the feeling of death and struggle. All of this would attract Ashbourne's attention to himself, and Ashbourne would see how weak he is and choose him as a host. Should Ashbourne decide to take over his body, he would be surprised to find out that he could not, as Hades possessed more than enough power to strip him of all he had. However, he does not believe that will happen. Ashbourne is tired of fighting and would gladly yield his position to Hades, which is exactly what Hades desires. Hades focused for a moment. He no longer had to activate his boundary sight, as he could see boundaries whenever he wished, and no extra movement or concentration was needed. He had truly become stronger, and after gaining the title the Honored One, his rise to power and enlightenment would be much smoother. Hades found the world he wanted to go to, and with a pop, he left the void. Chapter 20, The Cursed Hunter. Before this chapter starts, I want to say that I hope you all won't get mad at the different languages. I found this so funny and just had to write it like that. Everything that is said actually means something. But you'll understand what is going on even without those few sentences. I hope that those who understand German, Italian, or Romance can translate what it means. Oh, and his name was actually carefully chosen. Tell me whether you understood why. Hunters. Individuals who possess special powers and abilities to hunt and combat various creatures, including monsters and dungeons. In a world where gates to dungeons open, unleashing dangerous creatures upon the earth, only hunters have the power to enter these dungeons, eliminate the threats within, and protect humanity from these monsters. Hunters are ranked by an international system, going from E up to S, to show how strong they are, with E being the weakest and S being the strongest, and can possess a wide range of abilities. There are also 2 general categories of hunters, combat and non-combat, and 6 different specific types of hunters, fighters, mages, assassins, tankers, rangers, and healers. It is important to note that a human with the ability to use magic to various degrees is not automatically a hunter. Humans only become hunters when they obtain hunting licenses and participate in dungeon raids. All over the world gates started to appear out of nowhere, and from those gates came monsters. These monsters were able to use magic and kill many humans before they were put down. In response to the emergence of these gates, certain individuals known as hunters started to develop unique powers and abilities to combat the monsters and creatures that came out of the dungeons. This event would later be named the Awakening. Being a hunter became a lucrative business as long as you were not in the weakest class, the E class. But even then, it was able to survive should you put the work into it. Many hunters had special titles, and among all hunters, 5 hunters surpassed them all. These 5 were so strong that they would get a special title, the National Level Hunters. They got that title after surviving and killing the dragon Kamish, the boss monster that came out of the very first Red Gate in America. There were, however, not only unbelievably powerful hunters, but there were also very, very weak ones. And among the weak ones, there was Hein, also known as Freund Hein. This hunter originated from Germany but had to leave due to the hate he got. Apart from Freund Hein, he also held the title of the Cursed Hunter. He seemed to be cursed, as no matter what gate he entered, somehow an accident would happen and he would almost die or get seriously injured. He currently lives in the neighboring country of Switzerland that was known to be a polite country. It was said that they were unfriendly, but in truth, they were just very polite, and that could often come across as unfriendly. Hein's curse seemed to have followed him to Switzerland though, as he still got injuries no matter how weak and easy the dungeon was. Today was another such day that Hein applied for a dungeon. Life in Switzerland was expensive, but it was that way for a reason. Never mind that though, he had to earn money to survive. He walked into the guild hall of his guild. They were called Die Feinsmacher. A particularly easygoing guild that looked out for each other and were probably spending time with each other apart from when they were hunting together. Hein was called De Unglücksrab, and he was fine with that. At least he was not looked at as cursed and only weak and unlucky. That's what that nickname meant. The Unlucky Raven. Hein entered the building to see whether there was a chance for him to make some money. The lady behind the counter greeted him. Ah, Hein. Schon bist Hosko G main chunch num. Widar opis classes. Translation: Ah, Hein. Good that you're here. I almost thought you'd not come anymore. Something small/easy again. J.A. Jern. Leider ist die Miet och diesen Monat nicht weniger geworden. Man muss sich anpassen. Also, Jern etwas likes och diocese mal weiter. Translation: Yes, please. Sadly, the rent didn't get any less this month. You have to adapt. And yes, please, something small/easy again. German. Sicher Deutsch. Ich muss Luig. Es hat tatsächlich Eis. Ein Rangi Job. Das ist Deutsch Eis für dich oder? Translation, of course. I have to take a look. There is indeed something. A Rangi job. That would be something for you, no? Swiss German. Aber sicher. Wenn du meinst, das die mich nehmen werden. Translation, of course. If you think they'll take me. German. Claro. Das ist sicher kein Problemli. Ich mag a Terminabund meld me den bei dir. Quit. Translation, sure. That's no problem. I'll schedule a date and get back to you, okay? Swiss German. Sehr gut. Vielen Dank Heidi. Translation, very good. Thank you very much, Heidi. German. Hein got the message from Heidi that confirmed his participation in the raid the following week, on Monday. Sunday there were only raids that needed to be cleared in an emergency. Otherwise, Sunday was an important day and there were no raids. Hein prepared for the raid. Although there was not much he could prepare. He had long stopped buying any gear for himself. The lower ranked items were already expensive for him, and even when he entered the weakest dungeons, which were E-ranked, the equipment would break before the dungeon was cleared. Now Hein would not take any weapon or shield into the dungeons to save money. He did not have a good feeling today. He felt like something bad was going to happen. Over the 5 years he had been a hunter and fought to survive and earn a living, he had come close to death many times. That was also where his nickname came from. Freund Hein, ist da. That's what the people would say when he appeared at the gates. And Freund was not to be mistaken with a friend in this case. Anyway, what he meant was that over the 5 years of being a hunter and surviving, he had come to understand death quite a bit. He was closer to death every time he entered a dungeon than anyone ever. That had the effect that he would develop a sense of death. Whenever the feeling overcame him, he knew, death was close and someone or something would die in the near future. But he had never gotten such a strong feeling as the one he had right now. It was like the cold shiver that ran down your spine when you came face to face with a monster that you had no hope of defeating. Every fiber in his body screamed at him to not go to that raid today, and yet, he had no choice. Heidi had already booked it for him. His reputation was already modest at best. If he called them and told them that he couldn't come, he would lose any hope of finding another team that would allow him to participate. No, he had to go. It was important. He would just be extra careful today. No matter what, no one could die because of him. He didn't want to be an outcast again and be forced to move to another country. Hein arrived at the site where the gate was and the other participants waited to enter the dungeon. Hein always made sure to be on time, but not be too early. Otherwise, he would have to listen to the talk of the other hunters that spoke about him. Okay. Siauide. I glaube mir choi aufanga. Translation, okay. Everyone's here. I think we can start, Swiss German, but a different one than the one of Heidi. Super. Ja na postrusk spetgar. Dapi imnas sun ja usa sta kun miadina en vacanzas ed usa cumins japisp kun in simple. Ja na si dentant bet ptiga chil vob de las disgracias vol farqua. Translation, great. I can't wait. I've been on vacation with my wife for weeks now, and now I'm starting again with a simple one. But I don't know what the Raven of Misfortune is doing here. Romance, another language that is spoken in Switzerland. En al numna bet guskia. Tisaschl topo tadler. Kne bet bell, Freddy. Translation, don't call him that. You know he can hear you. That's not nice, Freddy. Romance. Haha, gwat. Joan usi frunda ustschlin operat si, dan si merda doche ui. Translation, haha, good. If our friends from Chiln, place in Switzerland, are also ready, then we're good to go. Swiss German. Come stay Aji, hein? Ti senti bene. Translation, how are you, hein? Do you feel all right? Italian. Violent Dank, Franco. Es jet mir gut. Translation, thank you, Franco. I'm all right. German. Te logido solo perci sono un po preoccupato per te. Sei molto pallida. Translation, I'm only asking because I'm a little worried about you. You're very pale. Italian. Ich fühle mich heute nicht besonders. Ich habe wohl etwas Schlecks gegessen. Aber mach dir keine Sorgen, ich werde heute nicht zur Last fallen. Translation, I don't feel that well today. I must have eaten something bad. But don't worry about me, I won't be a burden to you. German. Una stupidagin, hein. Non sei un peso per noi. Se non ti senti bene, allora dovresti prender lo sul serio. Translation, that's stupid, hein. You're not a burden to us. If you're not feeling well, then you should take it seriously. Italian. Ich danke dir, Franco. Aber ich mocht gern helfen hut. Keinen Grund die anderen zu belastigen. Translation, thank you, Franco, but I'd like to help you out today, so there's no need to bother anyone else. German. Okay, ma sele cos peggio reno, interrompiamo, va bene. Translation, okay, but if things get worse, we'll stop, okay. Italian. Alles klar. Translation, all right. German. The raid seemed to be another normal dungeon. Surprisingly, Hein had not suffered any major injury. After getting healed by their healer, he was fine. This had never happened. His luck was never that good. Something really bad had to come still. After they had killed the final boss and theoretically cleared the dungeon, someone found something that Hein would never forget. Ei. De hats no opis. G set us we na doppelta Kirker. Translation, hey. There is something more. Looks like a double dungeon. Swiss German. Doppelta Kirker, double dungeon, oh how Hein hated those words coming out of the man's mouth. He just wanted to leave now and get out of here. There was nothing but death awaiting them beyond those doors at the end of the corridor, he could feel it. Hein almost couldn't breathe. The danger coming from there was crushing. Ich denke wir sollten wieder zurück gehen und den Doppelten Kirker melden. Vielleicht bekommen wir Hilfe. Schließlich wissen wir nicht was sich hinter diesen beiden Toren befindet. Translation, I think we should go back and report the double dungeon. Maybe we can get some help. After all, we don't know what's behind these two gates. German. Hein's opinion mattered little. Just because the weakest hunter wanted to go back, didn't mean the others did too. So they decided to enter and see what was beyond those doors. Chapter 21, Double Awakening. For this chapter, I assume you all know about the double dungeon from Solo Leveling. I was told in a comment that he/she did not like it and that I simply copied the fights from the wiki in JJK. That's why I won't do that here. So, should you not know what happened during the beginning of Solo Leveling, I will not spoil it too much and I encourage you to go and read either the novel or the manhwa. I also changed the German dialogue. It is now in brackets whenever they speak another language. Hein awoke with a gasp. He found himself in a hospital bed with the usual beeping sound announcing his awakening. He had just experienced the worst nightmare a human could imagine. However, for a god, it was nothing much. That's right. Hades' consciousness had awoken as well. He didn't have a lot of imagination and thought that Hein would work as well as any name. I mean, come on, Freund Hein? That was literally the expression for death in German. He could not be more obvious. And the fact that the people who knew him called him Freund Hein, was just funny to him. Now what was going on? Well, it was easy. Hades thought about how he could get the powers of Ashborn. And being a human would work, but there was no way he would go through the whole being born and baby phase again. He had that in the Jujutsu world and was content with that. Taking inspiration from DC's own dark side, Hades decided to create a human body for himself that was more of an avatar whom he could fully control. That way he could spend the time in a sleep-like state and not worry about the entire childhood again. He made sure to make his avatar as weak as he could, without it dying. How he achieved that was through boundary manipulation. It was like a code that made sure he would find a way to survive in moments when he would die. And would you look at that? It really did work. He had experienced the double dungeon, just like Jin Woo did, and gotten the system from the architect. Now it was time for him to grow stronger and show his resolve to Ashborn, so that he may inherit his full power. He could already feel the power he had gained. The system was a fascinating creation. It acted as a link between Ashborn and Hein, meaning that each point in his stats would mean that Ashborn sent more and more power into him, strengthening further. The door to his room opened and a doctor walked in. "So you woke up. How are you?" "I feel fine so far. I don't know what exactly happened, but I feel better than before." "Can you tell me what happened with my companions/comrades?" "I'm sorry to tell you that you are the only survivor. All the others didn't make it." Hein/Hades knew this, of course. He was present during the event after all. No matter, he had to keep up appearances. After the doctor did all kinds of tests, he told Hein that they were going to keep him here for a couple of days, just to make sure he was truly fine. That was no problem for Hein. An hour after Hades had woken up, 2 agents from the Swiss Hunters Association came and wanted to talk to him. He was expecting them and knew that a case such as this would lead to many questions. "Good day, Mr. Hein. We come from the Swiss Hunters Association and wanted to ask you a few questions." "Please, take a seat." "Thank you. Mr. Hein, you understand that a case such as this is very uncommon and we wish to get a picture of the events that transpired. So if you would please, in your words, tell us what happened." "Of course. It was a usual E-rank dungeon for me. I am a very weak hunter and therefore am only able to do those to survive. My contact in the Fainsmoker Guild, Heidi, hooked me up with this raid and told me it was an easy one. The raid up until the boss went as you'd expect. It was an easy time for everyone, and after killing the boss, one of us managed to find a corridor that led to a pair of huge doors. Believing it to be a double dungeon, the group decided to check it out. What we found was terrifying and brutal. The doors closed right after the last of our group had passed." Hades told the entire story. How the big stone statues came alive and started to slaughter them one after the other. How they had to perform a set of tasks and how he thought that at least one of the others would have survived. When he finished, the 2 agents looked at him disbelieving. Such a story was hard to believe for them, and for good reason. "Well, Mr. Hein, that is quite the tale you tell us. The only problem is that none of these stone statues that you told us about could be found. There is nothing inside the room where we found you. The only thing we found was blood and you lying on the altar." "What? Nothing else? But that's impossible. I swear I'm telling the truth. Please, you have to believe me. I could never kill all of those." "What for? There is no loot or money to gain from that." "Relax, Mr. Hein. If you would please put your hand on this mana stone. It can measure your magical power to make sure you are not a false rancor." Hein put his hand on the device and they waited for the results. After about 15 seconds the device beeped and then showed a number telling the agents Hein's magical power. 5. "Well then, Mr. Hein, I believe we are done here. What you stated will be taken into account and you are of course not punished for this. I find it very unlikely that an E-ranked hunter with the power of 5 could take out everyone and live to tell the tale. A good day to you. Wow, a magical power of 5. That is like absolute trash. Thank goodness for boundary manipulation. Before Hades could think about it long, a screen appeared in front of him. The screen looked just as he remembered from solo leveling. It told him that he had unopened messages. Welcome player. You have agreed to become a player and have been granted the title The One Who Survived Doom. New daily task initiated. Quest to become strong. Push UPS, 100. Sit UPS, 100. Pull UPS, 100. Crunches, 100. Run, 10 kilometers. Failure to complete the tasks will be punished. Time remaining, 3 hours 7 minutes and 23 seconds. So there it is. The quests that will make him stronger in this world and slowly grant him the powers of Ashbourne. Hein didn't waste any time and immediately went to work. It was very hard to do those push UPS and he got tired really quickly. When he designed his avatar he truly made it weak. His willpower was still his own though, so he pulled through and managed to do all 400 calisthenics. Now, only running was left and he had to hurry. He only had about 1.5 hours left. And he was dead tired. Hard to imagine that only 400 of those workouts took him 1.5 hours. He didn't listen to the nurse telling him that he should not be moving for now. He started running and took a short break whenever he couldn't go on anymore. Finally, after a long time, he completed the daily task. Daily task. Time remaining. 18 minutes and 3 seconds. Hades checked his status and thought about where to distribute the 3 points he got for the completion of the task. Status. Name, Hein LV.1. Class, None. Title, The One Who Survived Doom. HP, 100. MP, 10. Fatigue, 98. Strength, 10. Stamina, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Perception, 10. AP, 3. Physical damage reduction, 0%. Magical damage reduction, 0%. For now, Hein put 1 point into agility, 1 into strength and the last 1 into stamina. Balance was what he went for. Although perception and intelligence would not be leveled up for now. He first wanted to be physically strong and be able to escape whenever needed. It seemed like his path to becoming the Shadow Monarch was truly beginning. Now there was one last thing Hein thought about. His mansung Jin Woo would probably start his career as a hunter in a few years. And he just took away his chance to gain power. But he had something special for that. He would help his boy to grow stronger and he had the perfect tool for that, the system that the architect designed. He would not take it with him and give it to Sung Jin Woo. He would make sure that his mother is cured and help him with gaining money and everything else. That way Hades could leave this world after taking care of the monarchs and have Sung Jin Woo protect the earth while he wasn't here. There was only one thing left to do. Grow more powerful, and that is exactly what he planned to do. Chapter 22, The Years Spent. It was a hard couple of years for Hein. He went from the weakest and cursed hunter to an S-ranked hunter. After he got the system he didn't waste any time. Unlike Sung Jin Woo, Hein had no family to take care of and made sure he didn't form any bonds. Not that he was still immature and was afraid of them, but he knew that very soon he would leave the country. When he leaves the world he will give the reins to Jin Woo and have him take care of everything. He was not planning to take anyone with him from this world. Hein had gotten through the same obstacles that Jin Woo did in the story, but in a faster and more controlled manner. He made sure to spend his points wisely and used dungeon keys to push his limits and grow stronger. It was generally just fun for him. He liked to destroy monsters and increase his fighting experience. Unlike Sung Jin Woo, Hein used a spear or a sword. Although he wanted to use a katana he didn't have enough money to afford one. But that changed very soon after his double awakening. 1 month. Hein followed the path that the architect and Ashbourne had prepared for him. It was a good way to start his path to power as Hein in this world, so he did it. First, every morning was a daily task. From that, he got a full heal, a mystery pack and most importantly 3 free attribute points, AP. Hein made sure to train first to have an easier time inside the dungeons. Because he gained more if he did not level up but focused on stats. So that is what he did for close to 2 weeks. He eventually had to try and ask for a new mission due to monetary problems. Hein was not very welcome when he walked into his guild building that day. Nevertheless, he was able to get a job and therefore some money. This got better though. Over the month he did the daily missions and eventually used the dungeon key to grind some. He did manage to get to level 2 during the raid with his guild, but he held himself back. He would have to leave the city soon probably and he didn't want to be too weak should some hunters try to take revenge for their comrades if they thought he was responsible for their deaths. Now during the dungeon run that was located underground at a train station, he milked it dry for experience. Just like in the manga, he had to fight against wolves primarily and other similar monsters. And Hein noticed that they kept respawning and he could keep killing them for as long as he wished. Normally someone would not do that due to either it being boring or it just taking too much time to level up eventually. But Hein had no such problem. He had packed enough food to last him 2 weeks and using his powers very subtly, he removed the ceiling to his boredom. This meant that he would never get bored no matter what he did. And it worked. For as long as he had food, Hein milked the dungeon and killed those monsters over and over and over again. Truly he showed an amazing amount of dedication. Now after killing the boss monster, which was easy after leveling up for 2 weeks, he was still happy to get out of the dungeon and finally have a shower. And that was the result of his first month. 2-3 month. The second and third months were spent similarly. Hein started to go to more dungeon raids and participate more. He made sure to hide his abilities somewhat and not gain any attention. That was not very successful though as Heidi, his contact in the guild, started to notice his buffer physique and fewer injuries. It came the time when Hein finally managed to grind his way to the appropriate level to get his job change quest. And he was very excited about it. This was his status then. Status. Name, Hein LV.39. Class, None. Title, The One Who Survived Doom. +1 more. HP, 8500. MP, 720. Fatigue, 0. Strength, 81 Stamina, 75. Agility, 78 Intelligence, 67. Perception, 67 AP, 0. Physical damage reduction, 13%. Magical damage reduction, 0%. Using his knowledge of the story and the occasional dungeon keys, Hein was able to overlevel and reach level 45 before he did the job change quest. And he was happy about it. He still did intentionally not do the daily quest that day and chose to do the quest in the evening. This meant that similar to the story, the daily quest penalty could potentially save him should he need it. He needed it. Hein had an easier time going into the dungeon as he was expecting knights and had prepared for it. He bought a katana as he wanted to from the shop with all the gold he had gathered and managed to clear the kites quite fast. He took his time going into the last room with the blood-red commander Igris. Before entering he sat down on the floor and tried to catch his breath and waste some time. He needed to make sure that the next part of the job change would fall into the penalty of the daily task. Fight with Igris. Hein entered the room where he knew Igris was waiting. It was the same throne room that he saw in the manhwa and he was impressed seeing it himself. He would one day also have such a throne, only would his be thousands of times cooler. There he stood the blood-red commander Igris. Igris was a large knight covered from head to toe in blood-red armor with a Y-shaped hole built into his helmet. He also wore a tattered red cape, wielded a massive red sword that was equal to him in height, and had a long red hair-like ornament extending out of the back of his helmet. It was just like the manhwa. Hein got goosebumps. He knew this would be a very demanding fight for him. And yet, he wasn't worried. He had something the knight didn't have, and that was experience. He was the god Hades who was controlling an avatar. He would be the victor of this fight even if it would be a hard one to win. White lights seemed to ignite behind the helmet of Igris. It was as if he was looking right at Hein and judging him. "Are you the boss of this dungeon?" Hein asked, feigning ignorance. He knew that he was the boss of the first part of the quest. Igris of course did not answer as he did not see Hein as worthy just yet. No matter, he would change that soon. "Well? Are we going to stand here all day? Or are we going to fight?" The Red Knight began to move. He walked down the stairs dragging the huge sword after him. Hein prepared himself for the clash. And just as he predicted, Igris burst into a sprint and appeared in front of him. The speed was beyond Hein's level and the strength Igris created with that long sword was also beyond his. But it didn't matter. Carrying such a heavy and long blade meant that he was limited in the use of it. And Hein knew how to exploit such a weakness. The only problem was that he had to get a hit in himself, otherwise he was sure that the knight could outlast him in terms of stamina. Hein ducked the swing and used this chance immediately to strike himself. He had already grabbed the handle of his katana and unsheathed it while putting a lot of strength into his legs. He positioned his upper body forward and slashed at the knight's neck. There were a few ways that Igris could respond to this. 1. He would dodge by bending backwards. However, that would pretty much end the fight as Hein could exploit that lack of defense. The second option was that Igris would block by positioning his long sword in my katana's way. That was the most likely thing that would happen and Hein prepared for it. Truly, Igris defended as he suspected. It showed the experience the knight had and was commendable, but he was not fighting a normal 25-year-old man. He was fighting something much older and more experienced. Hein was ready for the block and did not even finish his swing. On the contrary, he used the momentum to pull his arm back and get it into a perfect thrust position. By the time Igris had gotten his long sword perfectly positioned to block the swing, Hein had already pulled back his arm and thrust it forward with all he had. His goal, the narrow space between the helmet. It was the perfect spot and threatened to end the fight immediately. Naturally, Igris felt the danger and defended in the only way possible. He moved his arm upwards in a circular position to be able to pull the long sword upwards and block the strike. Why would he do that? Because the weight of the sword was too much to be able to stop his momentum and then have it block with the blade upwards. He simply didn't have enough time. Perfect chance of Hein that was. He let his katana impact with the long sword. But he was already focused on the next thing. When the katana struck the sword, it pushed Igris back a bit. Not much, as he was far too strong and heavy with his armor. But enough to grant Hein a split second. From the start of the battle until now, not even 5 seconds have passed and Hein was already gaining split seconds after split seconds. And he was not done yet. Using the split second he got, Hein raised his left leg slightly and pushed it forward. This would have normally been too big of a step to attack, but he didn't want to attack, not yet. No, he wanted to gain more split seconds and increase his advantage. He did not strike the ground with his left leg, but the left leg of Igris. That's right, he pushed Igris' left leg back and to the side, imbalancing him. Hein was on fire right now. Using the advantage he had just worked for, he closed the distance between him and the knight. The katana in his right hand was once again positioned perfectly to swing it from the right side. And that is what he did. He swung the katana from the right, trying to hit Igris in his midsection. Igris was not out of the fight, not by a long shot. He used his monstrous strength to bring the sword around and swung from his left to Hein's right. His idea was to have Hein back off from his push and gain space to gain some breathing room. But who was his enemy but Hein? He had of course anticipated this and prepared. His goal had never been Igris' midsection. It was his right leg. In a fight such as this where your opponent has all the advantages, you don't go for the kill right away. No, you make them bleed and chip them down slowly, waiting for your chance, and then you kill them. As Hein was swinging his katana from the right side, he positioned his feet perfectly and ducked under the swing of Igris. And then the katana struck Igris' leg. To be more precise, he hit Igris' hip joint. The joint is a weaker part of the armor of the knight. And when he struck the hip joint, he managed to slice it open slightly. And even though it was only slightly, the fight had already been decided right there. Igris was in a very bad spot. His long sword was to his right, leaving him wide open. His center of gravity was actually behind him, meaning he was slightly bent backwards, and he had just gotten a wound on his right leg. It was the perfect chance for Hein to end it all. And end it, he did. Like a madman, Hein sped up and pushed himself to his limits, striking at every part he could see. When Igris tried to defend, Hein would just redirect the attack and slice another part of his armor. After not even 2 minutes of fighting, Hein got around Igris' defense one last time, and with one last slice, cut off the blood-red commander's head. Chapter 23, The Years Spent 2-3 month. After Hein had defeated Igris and cleared the first part of the job change quest, he was exhausted. This was still hard for him, and he went all out. Still, he was happy about his victory. That was very cleanly done. The second part of the quest was also the same, with more and more night puppets being summoned and attacking him. So just as he predicted, he did need the penalty of the daily task and used it to level up some more and recover his stamina with potions. After that, it was a massacre. He rushed around those knights like he was the wind and killed the wizards among them with ease. The rewards were worth it, and Hein finally became the Shadow Lord. It was finally time for him to start amassing his shadow army. Hades, who was controlling his avatar, could feel the connection to death and shadows that this new power held. He knew that he had almost fully achieved what he had come to this world to. And then it was finally time to set a phrase that triggered the shadow summoning. He wanted to go crazy here and went with, "Get your ass off the ground, you sad f***ck's, and fight." He did not use that in the end. In the end, he went with, "Rise and serve." It was quite cringe for him, but you can't have everything. For 6 month. Hein had to make a hard decision. He decided to leave the Feinsmoker Guild and work alone. He could not afford to have others see his powers, and he no longer wanted to hold back when he cleared dungeons. Therefore he used a similar tactic as Sung Jin Woo did in the story. He bought the rights to gates and then hired 9 random people who needed money and would not talk to wait outside the gate for him. It worked perfectly. Hein was able to clear dungeon after dungeon and gathered more and more shadows to increase his army. In the beginning, he was a bit frustrated about the limit of shadows he could possess, but it got better the more he used it and the higher his level got. Of course, Hein got Igris in his army, and he was happy about that. Contrary to Sung Jin Woo, Hein was able to convince him, on the first try. Hades might have something to do with that though. Status. Name, Hein LV.51. Class, Shadow Lord. Title, The One Who Survived Doom. +1 more. HP, 15,050. MP, 1,400. Fatigue, 0. Strength, 140. Stamina, 130. Agility, 128. Intelligence, 110. Perception, 110. AP, 12. Physical damage reduction, 25%. Magical damage reduction, 3%. 710 month. Well, it happened. Hein became an S-ranked hunter and had to undergo a re-evaluation. He knew that this would make him famous and create waves in the world, but he was ready. He was strong now and could defend himself to a good degree. And the grind never stopped anyway. He would go and clear a dungeon whenever he could. His level was rising, and thanks to diligently doing the daily task he got stronger than his level 68 would have you think. Now as an S-ranked hunter, it was recommended that he found a guild, but Hein was not interested. Why would he do that? He had no interest in getting help from others to clear dungeons. He would however start to donate a lot of money to help those who need it. He didn't do these things because he wanted to make money. He was only here to get the powers of the Shadow Monarch and then leave. But before that, there was something he had to do. And that was to go to South Korea and join their efforts in clearing the S-rank dungeon on Jeju Island. But that was still a few years away, he thinks, and there was someone else that he had kept an eye on. His buddy Sung Jin Woo would probably soon register as a hunter and take it upon himself to help his family's financial situation. Hein would look into that and give him a helping hand soon. Now there was something that he had to do first though. He still wasn't strong enough to face everything that would come in this world. Well, at least Hein wasn't strong enough. Hades was far more than strong enough to fight all the monarchs at the same time. So it was time to level up some more and get an important milestone out of the way. Level 100 had to be reached. 10-14 month. The time had come. It was time to go back into the double dungeon. He managed to get over level 100 and was invited back into the double dungeon. He took the time he still had to level up some more and increase his advantage. He had gotten a few skills while he was leveling up over the last months. He was a master martial artist and he got skills for that. One was called Martial Arts LV Max and the other was Sword Arts LV Max. He was also working on his mastery of the spear. He knew that in the future he would use a bident as well and was preparing for it. The double dungeon was almost the same as it was for Jin Woo. There was however a major difference. Double dungeon. Hein entered the double dungeon and told everyone not to enter as it was a dangerous one. Thanks to his publicity and strength, people listened and did not go in after him. He passed the doors and stood in the same room as he did a bit over a year ago. I never expected you to be the one with the most mana in here, he said to the statue that held up the stone plates. Ah, you found out. Good, that means that you are capable of doing the last test. Last test? Yes. The last test, defeat them all. Hein looked around and saw all the statues as well as the sitting one opening their eyes and walking towards him. Ah, it was time to fight these stones. Better get to work. Blunt damage was the best way in his opinion unless he used the weapons that the stone statues had themselves. He waited and let them come closer. It was important that he finishes this fast and then gets to deal with the architect. And as we all know, the more people participate in a fight, the less skill is needed to win. And why that is true was showcased by Hein perfectly. He waited until the very last moment when almost every stone statue was standing right around him. In one moment he shot into action and dodged the overhead swing from the first statue. He sprinted up to the statue and punched it in its face. The punch managed to unbalance it and it fell backward. Or it would have fallen if it actually had space. But it didn't and in turn, fell into the statue that stood behind it. Standing on the statue's face, Hein waited for the inevitable attack that came. The statues weren't smart, they were simple constructs that hacked and attacked very simply. Hein dodged the arrow, which then buried itself into the statue he was standing on. And that was his plan. He would use the proximity and lack of space to have the statues attack themselves and he would spare stamina. Not long after, Hein was finished with the last statue and walked in front of the architect. An impressive display of tactics. But I'm afraid that you're not quite finished yet. You see, there is another opponent that you must face. You. Oh, you truly are intelligent. You are correct. You must face me to see whether you are truly qualified. The architect attacked Hein but was met with quick punches and kicks. He had no chance as Hein was an incredible fighter and his battle instincts allowed him to fight beings much stronger than he was. The architect was baffled. Incredible. You have come very far indeed. Well, time to increase the difficulty. 6 new arms materialized from the architect's body. And in each hand, there was another weapon. Someone should tell him that it doesn't help his chances to use more weapons. On the contrary, it was harder for him to effectively use all those. Nevertheless, it was an interesting fight. Hein had to take some nasty hits and was bruised and beaten when their fight reached its conclusion. The architect looked worse for wear and was cracked up, LOL, in multiple places. Marvelous! You have surpassed what I thought was possible for you. Now it is time for things to take the turn that they were supposed to, don't you think so? Ashbourne. Everything went black for Hein and he could feel something happening with his body. Another soul had entered and tried to take over. Thank you, mortal, for your help with this. I apologize that it had to take this turn. But you are far too interested in getting stronger and your thirst for power could lead to problems. I will take over now and try to make things right again. Please forgive me. A pressure came over Hein and the Shadow Monarch's power settled and tried to take over. Interesting, a voice said. What? What is this? Why can't I take over? Ashbourne screamed as he had just bumped into an insurmountable wall when he tried to take over. Hee. Do you think you can take something that belongs to me, Hades? Foolish little monarch. Who are you? What are you doing here? Are you also taking over this body? The Shadow Monarch was confused, of course. Who wouldn't be? Here he was trying to get a body for himself and he couldn't. No. This is my avatar. What? No. Oh yes. It seems you understand what this means then. Good, then you can make it easy for everyone and accept it. You planned this? Do you think you can take over me? I'm the Shadow Monarch Ashbourne. No one takes over my body. How sad. Someone should know when they're defeated. I indeed planned this. I knew that you monarchs were trying to find vessels. So showing that I had an affinity with death was enough to ensure you would pick me. I was after your power after all. Nothing personal though. No. Ashbourne had no chance. This was Hades' avatar and therefore also his body if he so wished. He commanded boundaries and as soon as Ashbourne decided to take over his body, it was already over. Hades took everything from him. His power, his soul, his skills, and his memories. There was nothing left when he was done and finally, he had achieved what he wanted the whole time. After that, Hades took over the reins again. Hein was now forgotten and Hades was back. It was now time to finish up in this world and pack his bags to get back. He had plans with the underworld after all. His inner Minecrafter was screaming to him to finally get to work and he couldn't agree more. Chapter 24, The Meeting. The architect was smirking as he watched the change happen in Hades. But what he did not expect was what came out of this. Hein and Ashbourne were gone and only Hades remained. Inhale, exhale. It's not as big of a change as I expected. It seems like the further I progress with my divinities, the less additional power does for me. I can already feel myself getting stronger and information about death and shadows is ingrained into me. I need a test subject for this. I have one, don't I? The architect is shocked. What is going on? Who is this? The Shadow Monarch would never talk like that. Who are you? Me? Well, I'm the honored one, Hades. And I need a test subject. Good that you're still here. The architect tried to act fast and shut down the system. What? Impossible. Hee. Do you truly believe that my power comes from this system you created? It's mine now, and no one can take anything from me. I do have to commend you and thank you for creating it. It is an ingenious idea to use magic energy that way. I hope you don't mind if I perfect it, do you? Now be a good test subject and don't struggle too much. The architect tried to flee the dimension they were in. Without luck though. The dimension had been blocked from entering and leaving. Barriers were Hades' domain and the architect was trapped in there with him. 1 hour later. A mentally broken architect was lying on the ground while repeating the same words over and over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sorry. I know, but you understand that it is not every day that I can kill you over and over again to get a feel for these new powers and perfect them, do you? I took my time, that is true, I could have figured it out in the first couple of nanoseconds, but it was much more fun this way, no? Whatever. Now, I know that you said the Shadow Monarch's power would not work on beings such as you, but who decided that? I am the Shadow Monarch now and I decide what goes. Hades sliced the architect's throat and killed him in one go. Now he made sure that the being wouldn't dissolve into dust. He could tell the problem with the former Shadow Monarch's powers. They didn't work on beings without a soul. And these beings of the monarchs or rulers level didn't have that. They were bound to a concept if you wish. They were rip-off weak gods if you will. The way this creator did it was to have them act as his entertainment. They were never truly alive. But who cares? Hades made a shadow out of the architect anyway, just as he will with the other monarchs shortly. 2-3 year. Hades had stopped going into dungeons for a while. He didn't have to anymore. His level was irrelevant. He turned the system off as it was useless anyway. He had more potential than any system could grant him. It was interesting to find out how they worked though. It was time for Hades to go to South Korea. He had heard rumors about Japan thinking of doing a joint dungeon clearing on Jeju Island. This could only mean that it was about time for him to get himself some ant shadows. Therefore Hades took a nice vacation. He let his foundation work and help those who needed it and went to enjoy himself in this world for the final time that he still could. He had the feeling that he might be able to accelerate the development of the story. And the perfect time to do that was right after the Jeju Island dungeon clearing. He knew that 2 monarchs would be there and he was going to wait for them and start with the purge of these little pests. He knew how to enter the dimension where they reside and he would take them out and add them to his army. Standing at the airport of Seoul, Hades was impressed at the size of the city. Another reason for traveling was that Hades wanted to gather some ideas on how to make his underworld. He took inspiration from anime and his imagination to make a prototype in his head. The more he thought about it, the more he felt a pull to go back and start his projects. He wanted to create something cool and interesting. He wanted to go there and spend his time and have it become the single best place there is in existence. Before Hades could lose himself in his fantasy, a man in a black suit approached him. He had orange hair and wore glasses which he took off before addressing Hades. Greetings, my name is Woo Jin-chul, Chief Inspector of the Korean Hunters Association. I have come here to help you Hunter Hein whilst you are in Korea. Oh, the Chief Inspector of the Hunters Association is coming personally to show me around? Why though? I don't think I have a particularly bad reputation for making trouble. That's not it, Hunter Nim. We are trying to make sure that all the international S-ranked hunters are taken care of by us. That is why I will be helping you get wherever you wish. No, you don't have to do that, you know what? I appreciate it. Though we can speak in Korean. From here imagine that they are speaking Korean with each other. Oh, Sir Hein knows Korean. Indeed Sir Hein does. But let us progress past the formalities. My name is Hein, a pleasure to meet you, Chief Inspector. The pleasure is all mine, Hein, and please call me Jin-chul. Now, is there something you wish to do whilst in Korea? Are you here for a particular reason? Not really. Though there was this rumor that I heard about Japan proposing a joint dungeon clearing with Korea. Ah, you mean the S-ranked dungeon in Jeju Island? That is indeed impressive that you have heard about it. Are you interested in joining the raid? I would indeed be interested in joining. I'm less interested in the spoils than just helping out. I confess I'm a bit of a battle maniac. I look for new monsters to fight. I see. You do have a bit of a reputation for donating a lot of your spoils. I believe Chairman Go Gunhee would be more than interested in having someone like you help us. Would you like us to go there right now? No. The chairman is a busy man, I can imagine. Just tell him to contact me when he is free. In the meantime, I wish to experience Korea a bit. So what do you say you show me the way to a good restaurant? It would be my pleasure. That is how Hades spent his time in Korea. He took a nice hotel room, not too expensive but not too modest either. He went and tried all sorts of Korean cuisine and visited important places that interested him. When he was walking through the city of Seoul, Hades came across a feeling that told him someone was about to die. He followed that feeling and found himself in front of a young man. Now that was quite the coincidence, wasn't it? No, not really. The weakest hunter was certain to have this smell on him. Hades could see the conviction and dedication in the young man's eyes. It was commendable of him to do this every day just so he could pay for his sister and his mother who was in the hospital. Hades looked at the man and the young man looked up at him. He still had some wounds that the healer probably wasn't able to fully heal. He'd need a lot of rest. Bad day. Pardon. Your wounds, a hunter. Yet. A weak one. A weak hunter. There are a few of those around. Why did your healer not heal you? She did, but it takes a lot out of her to heal me multiple times a day during a dungeon run. She ran out of mana, so I accepted what she was able to heal. She does all she can. Is that so? Well then come here. What? Ha! Hades stepped closer and put his hand on the man's head. He fueled some of his boundless mana into the man and healed all his wounds instantly. Wow, that feels so good. Thank you very much, Mr. What is your name? I'm known as Hein, what about you? My name is Jin Woo. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hein. Likewise, Jin Woo. Well, it was nice to meet you, Jin Woo. When you need something, come meet me. I'm sure that I can help you with your weakness. Because believe it or not, I was also once as weak as you are. Hades gave Jin Woo the number of the hotel he was staying at. He knew that sooner or later, Jin Woo would hopefully call him. He had something special for him and Hades was interested to see whether it would work. It's not every day that you can play ROB. I don't understand. You were once weak. Like an E-ranker. Indeed. I was so weak that I almost died from each E-rank dungeon I took. But a man's gotta live, no? Yet. Well, see you, Jin Woo. And call me when you decide to take me up on that offer. I promise I don't deal with organs or drugs. And I'm also no pedophile. Hades went to his hotel room. He had a meeting with the chairman of the Hunters Association tomorrow. It would finally start the end of his stay in this world. He couldn't wait to get his hands on one of those monarchs. Chapter 25, The Other Meeting. Hades was sitting in a big room that had two sofas that were facing each other. In between was a small table with some snacks and water to drink. Hades thought that they were going above and beyond to appease him for some reason. The door opened and Jin Chul walked in with an older man. He looked like life had tested him a lot and he persevered through it all. The power that came from the elderly man was impressive. Truly a vessel of a ruler he was. Hades stood up and greeted the man. Greetings, Mr. Hein. I am Go Gun-hee, the chairman of the Korean Hunters Association. A pleasure to finally meet you. I always wanted to meet one of those who killed Kamish all those years ago. Oh? You are well informed about that. Well, indeed it was an impressive monster. But I am an old man now. Now, I heard that you wish to participate in the Jeju raid and are perfectly fine not getting anything out of it. That is impressive indeed. Is there truly nothing you wish in return? No. I am perfectly fine the way I am and too much money is bad for your character. I have enough anyway. I just like to fight and there are no entertaining monsters anymore. I'm sure you understand the thrill you can get out of a good fight. Haha, I sure can relate. Very well then, Mr. Hein. I am sure you can participate. As soon as the Japanese fraction approaches me with the final plan and their offers, I will let you know and we will welcome you with open arms. I thank you very much. They talked some more but at some point, Go Gun-hee had to leave to continue his work. Hades had nothing to do other than wait around. A day after his meeting with Gogun, Hades got a call. He was positively surprised to find out that Jin Woo called him and wanted to meet up. Naturally, Hades was happy to do that, as he wasn't doing anything anyway. So they decided to meet in a restaurant that Jin Woo told him about. "You came," Jin Woo said when Hades sat down at the table. "Of course. Do you think I'd give you my number, take your call, agree to meet you and then not meet you? I'm not cruel, Jin Woo, at least not that cruel. Now tell me what you wanted to talk about." "Well, I was wondering, if what you said the other night." "So you decided then? Do you want to get stronger? So is it possible? It's not illegal or anything, right?" "No, nothing illegal. And yes, it is possible. Normally it would not be, but I have a way for you to become more powerful. Are you interested?" "Yes. I would gladly take that opportunity, but I must tell you that I don't have any money." "Haha, I can imagine that. I would not have offered it to you if I was after money. No, this comes to you for a price but not a monetary one. You see, the world and the universe are bigger than you imagine right now. Some beings can squash you without so much as a thought. You will find out about them and you will probably meet them at some point when you have become strong enough. So taking this opportunity will mean that you will have to step up when the earth is threatened in the future. Are you ready to take that responsibility, Jin Woo?" Jin Woo was thinking about what I said. It seems like he never thought about what the gates actually were and why they were here. But it was time for him to ask those questions. Hades planned to have Jin Woo deal with the aftermath of the things he'll do. "I'm not sure. I never thought about why the gates appeared and who was responsible for that. And you say that I would have to fight them. Well, the truth is a little more complex. What I want you to do is protect the earth and not go on a conquest. After all, I believe you became a hunter to help your family, no?" "Yes. In that case, I would like to accept your offer, Hein." "Good. Then come with me." Hades stood up and left some money on the table. Where are we going?" "We have a lot to do. You have to be trained and must get stronger." "Trained? By whom?" "Me, of course. No one better than me to teach you how to fight and get stronger. Come along now." Hades took Jin Woo to the Hunters Association. He told Jin Chol that he would like to buy some gates that came up. Preferably 2 E ranks as well as 2 D and C gates. That proved to be a bigger problem than he thought. But Jin Chol said that it would not take more than a few days to get it done. Hades grabbed Jin Woo and Shadow traveled to the woods that were away from any civilization. He had to make sure this worked as it was his first time doing it. "Now Jin Woo, this is a first for me. But don't worry, it is practically safe." "Practically safe?" "Yes, no reason to worry." "Alright, now don't move anymore." After focusing on his task, Hades got ready and began to formulate the parameters for the system he would create. The system he was making was the same as the architect did. The potential is the same and the potential rewards were already set beforehand. It took a lot of power to get it just right and not have him travel multiverses and suddenly turn up in the DC universe. You never know with systems. After half an hour, he was finally finished and Jin Woo was properly knocked out. The surge of magical energy knocked him out. It will take a few hours for him to get used to it. Groan. Seems like the princess woke up finally. Glad you could make it. Oi, that was intense. What happened? Hades decided not to answer that question. Instead, he waited until the system did the introduction itself. Greetings, player. You have been chosen by the great and honorable Hades the Wealthy to become the player for as long as he wishes to grant you this honor. This is the system that is here to make you strong. This message is intended to introduce you to the workings of the system. The message went on and on about how great Hades was and that he was so generous to grant it to him and all that. Hades could see the message and had to say that it was a full success. Jin Woo finally finished reading and looked at Hades. So your name is not Hein? And you created this system to make me strong. Indeed. Hades at your service. I created this system as a way to make you strong. But don't misunderstand, there is a self-destruction mode that will immediately drain you of your power should it ever be used against innocents. I'm sure that you will not use it that way though. Other than that you are free to use it however you wish. This is amazing. How can I thank you for this? No need. Now I believe that we should get you started on your journey up the ladder. We will begin with normal martial arts of different kinds and then move on to weapons. Is there a particular weapon that you like or would like to use? I don't know. A dagger would be my preferred weapon, I believe. Perfect. Then we shall move on to those after we get you some nice foundation and more importantly, some muscles. Hades had a plan with Jin Woo. He wanted to use him to pass the time until the Jeju Island raid began and he would leave the world. He had genuine fun doing it though. He can only imagine how he will one day, maybe teach his children how to fight. Who knows what the future will bring? He is excited and will pave his way. He won't take any shit from the other gods or anyone. He will continue his climb on the ladder and grow more and more powerful. Throughout the next couple of weeks, Hades lets Jin Woo do his daily workout and then trains him for a couple of hours. After 1 week, Hades let Jin Woo do his first dungeon. It was an E-ranked dungeon. It was an important step for the aspiring protector of the earth. He needed confidence. And then after E-ranked dungeons followed more and harder ones. The higher his level rose, the stronger he became and the higher he could climb. D ranks, C ranks and even B-ranked dungeons fell under Jin Woo's strength and progress. It took 4 weeks for Jin Woo to rise to level 71. A marvelous progress. And it was good that way as it was time for the Jeju Island raid. Hades had gotten a call from Jinchul that told him the Japanese Hunters Association and the Korean one had just agreed on a deal that said they would collaborate to destroy all the ants on Jeju Island. That is good news, Chief Inspector. I will make sure to be there when the S-rankers show off their powers. Can I take someone with me to this meeting? Someone? I think that is no problem, as long as this person is not going to be in the way or cause trouble. Oh no, don't worry about that. He'll just come to watch just as I will. Now that I am thinking about it, I wanted to ask whether it is possible to take him with us to Jeju Island. Who is this person, Hein? Is he a hunter as well? Yes. I took a disciple a few weeks ago and am training him. He has a lot of promise and will become powerful in the future. I just want to take him to gain some experience. If you think he is powerful enough to stand amongst other S-ranked hunters, Hein, then I have no problem. I will however tell the chairman about it. That's fine. Tell him that I will personally watch out that nothing happens. That's good then. 2 more chapters until our boy goes back to his universe. There is one question though. What will Hades' punishment be for Zeus? There has to be something but I'm not sure. I have an idea but I don't want Zeus to just stop being himself. He's still needed to procreate and form half of the Olympians. But there has to be punishment and I hope you have ideas.
Thanks for listening.